You to make a thumbnail here. Apparently GIMP is written in Lisp, which is cool. But let's see, GIMP Lisp. Oh, Lisp. Oh, Scheme. It's written in Scheme. Dude, I've been watching so much Friendly Jordies, guys. This guy's fucking awesome. This video, this this video, who firebombed Friendly Jordies, insane. Insane. Can you do it in Python? I'm more boom boom bum 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 bum. GIMP, fuck you. Is this official? Okay. We're still gonna have that be a Julia thing, but like, okay, so now I want to do this. Where's that picture? Bro, the Huffington Post, guys, come on. I think it has to be a PNG, right? Let's do this one. Replace the first. I should be able to just do this. Bruh. Dude, they're like, oh, so annoying. Gotta make a new key. AH. Nice. Doom, 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 doom. Oh, wait, we gotta close everything. I guess this is what I should do. But I don't think that that's a thing. This is kind of what I was hoping. Okay, let's see if we got a... Dude, what the fuck? I don't know why it doesn't update the key. Base dust. Oh wait. I really need to fix that. I hate managing the key. Son of a bitch. Fine. Inevitably, I will leak it. Oh, I didn't even realize. Okay, fine. Will this work? For some reason, it doesn't work. I wonder why it doesn't update. Who the fuck cares? I mean, it's really annoying and I do need to fix it, but... For now, I'm just gonna not deal with it. Right. Oh. I should get plus. Dolly's just not that good. You can tell it doesn't have the kind of linguistic reasoning that you would hope. Are you done yet? Okay. I forgot. How do I fix this stupid fucking thing? I'm suspicious of this code. I mean, I could just use raw Python. I should just have it do it in pure Python, actually. Just see if the let's just see if we can just do it in Python. I don't see why I wouldn't be able to. Sure. Thanks, buddy. GIF. Okay.
Story that I'm writing.
Oh, we're very excited about that story. But we just want to get one question. We just want to understand your professional relationship with John Barilaro and how he helps with your career. Like, does he give you drops? It's just like this kind of, sorry, it's a bit more than one question. It's kind of just a broad overview, just to help us understand, you know?
I'm not interested in being part of your video, I'm afraid.
Oh, but come on, it's a bit of a favour. It has to be a little bit reciprocal. I'm sure you'd understand. Like your relationship with John Barilaro, maybe. Sure, that's a bit reciprocal. Maybe our relationship can be reciprocal too.
That's funny as fuck, man. Oh my god. Yeah, this is ungodly. Alright, I'm gonna bite the bullet. I'm gonna fix this stupid thing. I hate this coding nonsense. Is it out yet? I don't think it's out on the API. If this doesn't work, I have no idea what will. Cool. Okay. really gotta work with this thing. It's kind of annoying. Hopefully it's faster. If I pay for, I feel like if I pay for Plus, or my API query is gonna get faster.
You're so close to speaking to Jordan. It's very exciting. Come on, James.
Do you wish to respond to the questions that I've put to you?
Oh, Jordan will definitely.
They took it down?
Right,
No
next to
way.
me.
Oh,
He's
you said
raring
the
to go. We just want to. All we want to know is what your professional relationship with Deputy Premier John Barilaro is like. You know, just describe it a little. Sorry. Sorry, James, it's breaking up. Can you hear me? Mr. O'Doherty, can you hear me?
Do you wish to respond to the questions that I've put to you?
Oh, absolutely. Jordan is raring to go. But we just need you to respond and just give us a little bit of an overview of what your relationship with Deputy Premier John Barilaro is. Is that all you can do? That's all we ask? Like, how often do you speak to him? Am I to take this silence as a bit of a guilty conscience, James? I don't want to put anything on you. You can deny anything. I want to give you the chance because we're not in the business of hit pieces. We're in the business of fair and professional journalism. So we're giving you the chance to answer, but I think our audience will they'll take what they can from your silence. What's your relationship with John Barilaro? It's a very simple question.
I don't think you've put any accusations to me, but I don't wish to answer questions for your video at this point in time.
But you expect Jordan to answer questions for your article?
I put questions to Jordan and asked if he wanted to respond. He said he did, so I'm asking for a response to those questions. If you don't wish to respond, that's fine.
Oh, we wish to respond. It's just seeing how interested you are in doing proper journalism. Will you subject yourself to one? Not even a hard question, just a pretty fair question, I would say. Just about, I don't know, like, do you view what do you view the role of journalism to be? Do you think the definition of journalism is doing the Deputy Premier's bidding? I mean, I'm not accusing you of that. I think you might not think that. It's a yes or no.
Like I said, I'm not interested in providing answers to questions for your video.
Why aren't you interested?
Because I don't want to answer questions to your video.
Why though? That's not an answer.
Unfortunately, I have other things that I need to do.
Okay, I'll put you onto Jordan. I'll just say one more thing. Why do you think it's fit to ask other people questions, other journalists like Jordan?
They're a little too cheeky, right?
To the same level
they gotta mess with him because they literally firebombed his house, but it's just like, holy shit. Alright. fine. I just want to make the SVG a PNG. Write some.
Have you thought about this at all? Have you thought that you might just be being used, James? Like, that's not good, is it? You don't want to be used. You want to do journalism that really gets to power, don't you? Isn't that what journalism's for? I mean, your silence seems to suggest that to me, but I don't want to make any. I don't want to tell you what's happening. But like, it seems to me that you're a bit confused.
Look, I'm sorry that I can't answer your question because I've actually got other things.
No. You've spent a lot of time being silent. You surely have the time. That's not an excuse, James. But I'll put you onto Jordan. Just a request. Next time you talk to John Barilaro, I'm assuming it would be probably tonight. Say hello from Jordan and Christo, and I'll put you onto.
I don't want my answers used on your video.
But they were on the record, James. You should have said that before. I'm sorry. I asked if it was okay to be recorded, and you said yes. So you really probably should have thought of that. And I'm sure as a journalist you would have had a lot of time to think about if someone would do that to you. Here's Jordan.
Well, if it isn't grown-up Stuart Little. The boy from anyway, eh? No, that's all right. I don't actually think you're a mouse. I think your journalism's pretty mousy, though. But what's up, Dom?
Dude, he's such a cheeky
Just
fucking
wondering if you had
Aussie.
responses to the questions that I emailed through and sent to you via Twitter.
I will ask away because I forgot what they are because, let me just say, your work's pretty forgettable.
I hate that.
If you're not going to respond, I think that...
No, I'm going to respond. Just ask, baby. I'm here. The man, the myth. Give me a go. I want my right to reply.
Well, what is your reply to the questions I put to you?
What are the questions? I don't know. I honestly can't remember. You're a gnat. You're just like, I forgot you existed until you just texted me like, I don't know, maybe 45 minutes before you're going to get your deadline in, which is, I've just got to say, such credible, fair journalism. James? Jamie? You there?
Sorry, I need to go.
Okay, so there's nothing. Wait, Jamie. Yeah, I'll answer. Jamie, you there?
Ask the question.
Jamie, I'll answer your questions. You there?
You're not giving
Jamie?
one reply.
Are you seriously not going to give me the right to reply here? Oh, that's just terrible. That is really poor form, mate. I've got to say, I've seen some really dog act journalists in my time, but to not even let me answer the question and
That's
to prefer
great.
to not even get on the phone in the first place. I mean, what kind of gutless wonder are you? Man up and ask me the damn questions. Are you even there?
James, we can't see the computer screen. It's broken.
How bad are you at your job? I mean, seriously, this is amazing. You can't even ask questions. Your job is to ask questions. What are they?
Well, you can't answer them either, it seems.
Yeah, no. It seems he's forgotten. What are they, James? What are your questions?
I've sent you questions via email and via Twitter.
But we can't.
Yeah, but dude, I can't do it right now. We're recording this, so we've got the computer. I'm looking at my own beautiful face to stop myself from thinking about yours. What are the questions? And stop trembling while you're even saying, I've asked you. How trembly could you get? You wimp.
Bye-bye.
James, stay on. Oh my god. Okay, let's postmortem. What do you think of James O'Doherty?
Oh, man. I mean, I was expecting him. I gave him credit. I thought that he was the kid in Stuart Little because he looks like one. It turns out he is just the progeny of the mouse. How much
progeny of the
can
mouse.
you be? As soon as we turn on the light, tries to scuttle off into the corner. Pathetic. Having said that, though, you can call me anytime, James.
What a f***ing idiot.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Especially because he wrote at the end of the article, in a subsequent phone conversation. Well, it wasn't much of a conversation, James. You just sat on the other end cowering like the soft, overfed nothing in a suit you are. His assistant criticised this reporter. James, Why are you trying to lie? You knew we were recording this conversation. He did not. He gave you right of reply. That's what you're supposed to be giving me. That is the first lie in just one paragraph that I bothered to dissect. Top reporting, Jamie. But second...
Before Shanks claimed he did not have access to the questions sent by the Daily Telegraph.
Second lie. I said I didn't have time to respond via text and said you had to call me, at which point your weak little chinny chin chin trembled and couldn't get a single question out, meaning you did not give me right of reply. We have you on camera not giving me right of reply, and I demand it as is my legal right.
Bro, that's
here's
so
what's gonna
funny to like
happen
couch
Chan.
behind it. I love
You're
that.
going to call me up again.
That's really
I'm going to
good
record
shit.
the entire conversation again. We're going to have it at a time that suits me. You're going to ask me the questions, and you're going to make the corrections in this trashy filth. If you do not, you pet Murdoch humbug, I'll be filing complaints to the Australian Press Council, and you'll be dragged through the dirt harder than you currently are. So like this video if you think James is the worst journalist on earth, and subscribe to this channel because the ride's about to get a hell of a lot bumpier.
Please share and comment below. Comment.
Koala killer. That's so good.
Oh, what the f***?
Dude, when's the Paul
Celebrated
maker?
French writer de Balzac once said that behind every great fortune lies a great crime. I didn't know he said that, I just remember Chris Rock misquoting it once. The point is, it's very easy to look at plutocrats like Gina Reinhardt, Rupert Murdoch, Max Mofo, who's clearly gotten away with public mutilation, and come to that conclusion. But asterisk, behind fairly impressive fortunes, like many dumb little annoying crimes perpetrated by dumb little annoying people, aka the Italian stallion, or Shetland pony rather, Giovanni Dominic Barilaro. Now you might be thinking, oh no, he's in a bath naked. Can't make something that isn't
There really
cool
is some
so I
good
can show my
competition
mum.
happening right now.
Don't you worry. Now that we're comfortable, John Barilaro is a man whose expediency seeps right down to his very genetics, as not only do his political convictions turn on a dime, but so does his ethnicity. Proud Italian when he thinks he can score pity points, rinky-dink Johnny from the bush when he thinks he can score a national seat. Willing to change his entire identity, right down to his name. Surely distressing his inner child who would wonder,
Hey, Giovanni, what's the matter? You're not talking with your accent no more.
As such, I'll be referring to him from now on as Giovanni. And not just because that's his name, but also because he's just such a Giovanni. Plus it pisses him off. And I really like the thought of that man being upset.
Oh, what the f***? Another video? Bruh, as if the joke isn't old already.
No, wait, I've got new material for you. You ready? Your response to the Berejiklian bushfires. Giovanni's actions during the bushfires were like all his other actions in life. Stupid as f***. And very funny. Like the rest of us, he didn't know exactly what to do, but knew that the first step was to get at the people who had been attempting to warn him about the fires for the last decade.
Oh, but bruh, I'm a visual learner. They should have turned what was gonna happen into a movie, then I would have paid attention.
He blamed the national parks. One of the men most responsible on Earth for the Black Summer bushfires, blaming the people least responsible for it, claiming that they were ideologically opposed to hazard reduction burns.
Ideologically don't like the concept of hazard reduction, but we give them the responsibility.
No, you ball of grease. The reason they're not doing hazard reduction burns is because you cut their funding by 27%. They've been begging, specifically Fat Lips here, for the funds so that they could do the hazard reduction burns. But you cut the number of rangers by 100. And you cut the number of people who make the plans for hazard reduction burns from 36 under Labor to 10 under the Coalition. Bruz, you're into cooking.
Today I'm going to do something simple. A veal scallopino.
Of course he eats veal. Yeah, it's tasty. What you did to the National Parks and Wildlife Service is like not adding water to minestrone and saying,
This minestrone is ideologically opposed to being a soup.
I mean, it's obvious when you look at Giovanni's decisions and comments that he's a moron. But I at least thought he'd be smart enough to come up with an excuse that is a little better than,
Bruz, it's not the government's fault. It's the, government's fault. You're in charge of the national parks, you idiot.
Anyway, look at this.
Trust me, it'll be funny later.
John, like the rest of us, remembers the bushfires as a time of great anguish as he was forced to take time out of his London holiday to moralise.
Dude, why is it
to all the
formatting on my
city
code
slickers
so
of Sydney.
shitty?
Don't worry though. He didn't bother coming home to do it. He still continued on with his holiday to say, You city slickers in Madrid don't understand the struggle of us fed income bush battlers like myself. Oh, yeah, interesting. And where are you? Big Ben Stooge! Gong! Claiming that he's battling for the bush. What part of sitting on your fat, worthless ass in merry old England while the bush was burning, blaming the people who were putting out those fires that you practically lit, screams battling for the bush to you?
Cause, bros, I make the battles and then I fight them. Understand?
Looks like the Julio Claudians weren't wiped out after all, were they? It's just they got so inbred that the only musical instrument they can play is that big horn at Canberra Raiders matches. If you're battling for the bush, John, then I'm protecting the moon from having an atmosphere. And every night it looks down and thanks just me.
I'd read him a bedtime story too
Oh.
if he wasn't so far away.
Anyway, let's look at water theft. Giovanni promised a royal commission into water corruption. Then when it came to crunch time, voted against it. There's only one possible explanation for that. He switched heads with Jennifer Coolidge and no one noticed. Shooters and Fishers legend Helen Dalton asked why he so blatantly broke his promise. All he had to do was vote yes. Man of discipline, Giovanni responded with, and this is true, this is the actual message he sent.
Helen, you are disgusting human.
I told you he was a dumb f***. It looks like a caveman wrote that tweet.
Helen, you are disgusting human.
He calls himself Pork Barillaro. I'm sorry, but we're going to have to appreciate that set of photos.
I'm not making this up. He was the spaghetti-eating champion
There's
for
just absolutely no way that
25
this thing
years.
works.
And yet he gets offended when I point out he's Italian. Mario Leverbose.
Ladies and gentlemen of New South Wales, I present to you your Deputy Premier.
That's tasty. Make it a success.
Fish and chip shops.
Do you have calamari?
What's Capitani?
Oh, he pork barrels all right. He porks harder than your... How to solve a problem like friendly Geordies? Well, I don't know, but you probably shouldn't have wondered it aloud on the front page of a newspaper, Lucy Cormick, because now I'm your problem. I wish I wasn't. I do feel sorry for this state parliamentary reporter who was working to beat for what, 2 weeks at the time of its publishing? Poor Lucy. Let me draw a diagram of what happened to you, doll. Here's the bus, here's you. Surely your superiors knew I wasn't just going to cop a smear campaign. I'm not Bill Shorten. So really dwell on this point. You mean as much to your peers as you mean to me, and I'm about to drag you through the dirt like your Mad Max at the beginning of Fury Road. They sacrificed you to preserve their contacts within the Nationals. The Nationals. It's like they bumped you so they could score points with not even Cher. Sonny. You were bumped for Sonny. And it gets even worse because as soon as he pissed off Cher, they then bumped Sonny. The reason I'm using that analogy, by the way, is don't you think these impersonators look exactly like Gladys Berejiklian and Bruz? They sacrificed you to an entity that they then went on to sacrifice.
I don't think it's going to get it.
I'd say you're like the animal that's killed for the last meal of a prisoner on death row, but that animal's better off as their suffering ends. Yours is going to be eternal. You and that man whose face looks like it's been stung by a hive of bees, Fergus Hunter, will forever be hung up in the Friendly Geordies Hall of Journo scalps along with such notable games as Pigman, Rob the Blob, and of course Stuart Little. Forever enshrined as living paragons of Chomsky's propaganda model, mostly because we know it triggers you to be compared to Chomsky, but also because you're just such perfect specimens. Institutionalized vassals of a dying institution whose product is institutionalization. You're essentially human battery hens that don't even understand they're in a cage and produce nothing of value. So in honor of the fact that you hate acknowledging that you're owned by Channel 9...
This is Lucy Cormack here.
Hey.
And Fergus Hunter.
And you guys are with Fairfax 9, is that it?
With City Morning Herald, yeah.
Okay. Lucy, Fergus, this is your taxidermy. In other words, you're stuffed. They sent me a list of questions. The first one was, where do you say the mainstream media fails? Jeez, Luce, I know that you wanted a short sentence to that you probably wouldn't have published anyway, but I'm awfully sorry. The rest of this video is going to have to be focused on answering just that question, and even then, I'll barely be scratching the surface of how deep my disdain is for you, your publication, and the rest of the self-important cancers that infest this democracy and euphemistically refer to themselves as the press. I'll try to give you as brief an answer as I possibly can, i.e. an hour, but we'll start with what scares me most about you free radicals. You're all indoctrinated. Heads of ISIS would look at you and think, God damn, there's no reasoning with some motherfuckers,
We're going to try again.
A fan of mine wrote to Lucy Cormack and she responded with this email, which thank you so much for forwarding it on, mate, as you've uncovered the sideshow Bob of justifications. Rape smack after rape smack in the face, starting with, I feel the story was fair. There's that journalistic objectivity we've all heard so much about. I don't know, guys. I just have this, really weird hunch that I'm perfect. I'll give you this much, Lucy. It does give a whole new meaning to believe it and you'll see it, doesn't it? Because how did you, oh mighty Judge Dredd of your own biases, determine that your story was, quote, fair? The story laid out facts on both sides, including supporters of hers. Facts on both sides. From the paper that brought you fits of smugness over the phrase alternative facts about a year ago, now presents facts on both sides. And what are these two sides? Salacious and boring? That's what you've presented here. In fact, that should be the slogan of your paper. Let's look at these fair facts. In case you're wondering, that was a play on words on Fairfax, and yes, I'm proud.
Images is an insanely big depth.
2013. Well, that is a fact. In the same way that the Young Divas no longer tours is a fact, which I, for one, would like to go on record as saying that is the biggest loss this country's ever had. But we'll chalk that nothing statement up with the positive side, just so there's something in there, as what followed was that I've interviewed a bunch of Labor politicians, which as you can plainly see from the headlines of the subsequent attack pieces that followed. Friendly Geordies at centre of stoush between Port Stephens Mayor and MP over association. Labor MPs concerned by leaders' links to YouTube star. Labor needs to distance itself from blogger Friendly Geordie. Friendly Geordie shocked to discover there's better sources of sweet and sour pork than Cantong. Smeared. Clearly, it was a signal to the rest of the press. Attack Labor MPs for going on Friendly Geordies. Why? Because they want a monopoly of access to these politicians. They don't want them going on a platform that won't interrupt them every 6 seconds with, all you ever do is talk about electric cars. Why won't you talk about the struggle of Indigenous actors in the Sydney theatre scene? They also want to take whatever crap comes out of my mouth and stick it to the Labor Party like it's their official party policy line. As now 2 Labor politicians have pointed out, the press never does this to the Liberal politicians who go on Alan Jones or Ray Hadley. And after dealing with you, I truly think the reason you keep making the same mistake over and over again is because you're dumb. But the reason your superiors are making you take this angle is what is known as wedging. They're hoping they'll force a Labor politician to distance themselves from me, whatever that means, because how much more distant do you want them to be? I've spent more time wondering where the batteries are in Coles than I've spent with Christina Keneally. Yet you'll hope that one day I'll snap because, oh what? Someone said something a little dismissive, that's it.
Properly funded emergency services are going to have to wait. I'm supporting family first.
If your goal is to distance me from decision makers, I do not require your lame and inept services. I do a far better job of scaring off politicians I like just by existing. Thank you very much. Those are, go read it, the positive facts. The year I started, and a thinly veiled threat to Labor politicians, which actually changed my mind. That should be your slogan. SMH, if you don't shut your f***ing mouth, Jody, you'll see this shit on the Telegraph tomorrow. Oops. Too late. Now let's contrast that with the negative facts they've highlighted, which were an allegation of me stalking a journalist. Well, that's a bit more flavoursome than the year I started in, isn't it? As well as 2 sentences that I said extemporaneously in a podcast about a year ago taken out of context. This is the stuff that makes the humour of Rock Bottom no longer satire. The essence of this article is, he started in 2013, and the best way you can sum up 500 videos and hundreds of hours of podcasts is...
I grab her. Sweet Ken. Oh, just thinking about her, Ken. I just wish I had her. Sweet Ken.
We've got opinions from both supporters and detractors. Loosey goose. We talked to some of those inside sources and they told us the entire time you were on the phone you were prodding them to say something, anything that could even be construed as negative, at which point they'd hear your ratty little paws typing furiously. This is why even the supporters that I have in this article always mar their sentences with something like, well, I don't agree with everything he says. Well, we've got no choice but to embrace you media. She was talking to these people for 20 minutes. You don't see my detractors in this article starting with, he's got really nice teeth, but... Or, now look, I'm sure he's got a cock so massive that his nuts are actually just 2 moons orbiting around it, but that's beside the point. The first detractor they found was a secret national source, which, oh Giovanni, I wonder who that was. I'm just going to read this mysterious contributor's quote in this accent for no reason.
Shanks' behaviour was abhorrent. Labor is clearly endorsing him in his attacks, bruz.
Oh, who is this brave source speaking truth to power? I guess we'll never know. Tell you what we do know, though. Apparently, an anonymous source inside the Nationals told us that John Barilaro, the wilting lily himself, who drops another petal every time someone slights the Italian community, apparently behind closed doors he refers to me as, quote, the Labour which, hey, Labour and shooters and fishes, please. Also, once we're referring to Gladys Berejiklian, he apparently said words to the effect of, I tell ya, the Kurds should have finished the job. John, don't you mean the Turks?
Oh, whatever, man. It's the same shit.
I told you it's just Yilmaz if he was Deputy Premier. He should have said those things publicly. That is the best response to, what have you got to say to numerous allegations of widespread corruption? Oh, shut the fuck up, you homo. There's no comeback to that. But the SMH won't report on that. Why? Because the little back and forth the Telly and the Herald have about political correctness, that's what's known as branding. A superficial and redundant tiff to distract its readers from the fact that they're both campaigning for the same party. Which at this point, I'd like to ask, yet again, who set you up to this, Luz? We got the gatekeeper to answer the phone, would you break? Which, I've got to say, I do love that the press has given that nickname to my producer who spends most of his time dressed as an Albanian wedding singer thinking about, oi, let's switch these chocolates around so they think they're biting into a Vita crumble, but it's actually a crunchy. Oh no, the gatekeeper strikes again! Christo's a very intelligent guy, but he was asking an extremely simple question.
Have you had any contact with John Barilaro on or off the record about this story?
Exactly the same question he asked the Daily Telegraph writer O'Doherty. You can watch that video here, and holy shit, you thought Stuart Little's answer was incriminating. Lucy said...
I'm not... Well, I don't know... I don't know if I'm under an obligation to answer that question.
Oh, no, it's just... It's you can say no comment. Or you can answer. Because...
Well, I guess I feel uncomfortable with being asked to disclose who I have and haven't spoken to.
But don't you think it is a kind of a responsibility as someone from the media to kind of let you know where a story has come from and like maybe who you've spoken to and like how this story is kind of developed organically?
If I had comments on the record that I wanted to comment on, then absolutely I'd be obliged to do that. I don't have comments like that. I don't have comments that I'd be putting to you to comment on.
But you have spoken to John Barilaro then? That off the record?
Off the record?
like, you have spoken to...
Completely off the record.
No, this is on the record, but you have spoken to John Barilaro off the record.
No, I'm not going to answer that. I can't answer that. You can't expect me to answer that. I can't say yes or no to that question. I mean, that would go against
That's ridiculous,
all of my
man.
obligations as a journalist.
Take what you will from that, but I know what I'm taking. Busted. A crime reporter and state political reporter, together at last, teaming up to expose what? The state political crimes we brought to light in the Bruz video? No. Teaming up to deflect from those state political crimes and instead smear the messenger who did both your fucking jobs, and yet you wonder why no one's willing to pay for newspapers anymore. Shanks is no different to any other influential commentator with a large following which we would profile. No different. Second lesson between you and old media loose. My job is to sit around all day, every day, and think of snarky ways to pick apart your arguments. This is all I do. I'm an antlion, you're an ant, thank you for the sustenance, nom nom nom. I looked at a bunch of other influential commentators with large followings that your fine publication has profiled. Here's Arnie Donner, who no hate from me. I'm as much of a fan of three grown men smacking each other over the head with glasses the next, but they also make political statements. They even made some in this very article. Yet for some reason they didn't have a crime reporter sicked on them. No, that comedic act somehow slid into the culture section. Their humour described as bold, quip-smart and highly energetic. My humour, on the other hand, described as a sardonic style that pushes the bounds of good taste. Yes. You see how one pushes the bounds of good taste while the other is bold, quip-smart and highly energetic? I don't. And again, I'm not cultured enough for the culture section, apparently. They then go on to describe Arnie Donner as boy humour quality at first, revealing layers of thought, planning, and considered performance. Okay, if that's the case, why is artfully bluffing our way into Barilaro's house, which took months of planning, writing, research, pinpoint precision filming and editing, all while avoiding the Calabrian mafia, not planned, considered performance? Why is that nothing more than the Nationals leader's Italian heritage being skewed using accents and props? This double standard has given me a lot to think about, guys. Thank you for your insights. I'll hashtag be better by being more like Arnie Donner in the future and...
I'm just a stupid Italian man who wants to storm a pizza shop, eh? What do you want, you bigger balls of Okay, you want a pizza? Yeah. Here you a pizza. Yeah. Here's your pizza, you
Best thing they've ever done, if I'm honest. The Batuta Advocate? Malcolm Turnbull takes on satirical newspaper, The Batuta Advocate. Oh, I'm not described as a satirist in my headline. Oh no, I'm a problem that politicians debate, so thank you for unintentionally admitting that I'm an effective satirist, but why not intentionally? Different author, different flavour? No, the exact same new male wrote both articles. Didn't write one when I interviewed Rudd, but did display a photo from it front and centre in this hit piece, and maybe, just maybe, that's because The Batutas was an interview where Malcolm Turnbull talked about beer and gaffs, and therefore writing it out would act as a vicarious puff piece for the Prime Minister of a party the SMH has backed in nearly every federal election this nation's ever had, while I interviewed the Prime Minister of a party they've only ever backed 6 times since Federation about the most important subject there is, which is how you, the press, are manufacturing consent. Either that or Fergus Hunter didn't see the interview and now they got way more views. You suck, Fergus. And not just because you have an oddly shaped head. Tonightly, what was their headline? Nothing is off limits for the Tonightly. Yeah? 100% of their funding controlled by the party of Alexander Downer, who I often mistake for a Korean grandma. Badass. I, on the other hand, am completely independent, so nothing actually is off limits for me. Yet how do these testosterone-deficient runts describe me? Not so friendly YouTuber. Hang on, I need to point this out. What is it with all these blue-check dickheads that look like jellyfish dishes a Japanese businessman would eat, thinking they're absolute wordsmiths for concluding, "Oh, he ironically calls himself friendly. I know what's clever, not getting the irony, and then pointing out that he's actually not friendly." Walkley time. Time for a harsh dose of reality, blue checks. You ready? You're not special. You're certainly not original. Your existence is the perfect example of a waste of resources. Not so friendly YouTuber helping Labor reach Gen Y. You get that, kids? The Tonightly, a show that helped former IPA lobbyists that tried to repeal every climate change policy we have reached Gen Y, in fact, wedged the only man in the country that could have improved our dismal performance in that field, the field that Tonightly was constantly bitching about. They're compared to Colbert, Full Frontal with Samantha Bee, The Daily Show, Last Week Tonight with John Oliver. Yes, they do mean that as sincere praise. Well, I'm described by this weak noodle masquerading as a man as using shock jock tactics. Dude, you're never going to understand this until you get at least 30 seconds of sunning your entire life. But Ray Hadley and John Laws are much funnier than Colbert and Samantha Bee. I mean, for Christ's sakes, look at this album cover. Ray Hadley's Those Were the Days. Yeah, those they were, Hadley. Those they were.
Look at this.
But I'm just another profile you do like any other. How peculiar. How peculiar that we had to hit nearly 500,000 before we were deemed big enough to be discussed in the SMH, while Arnie Donna was acceptable at a little over 100,000. Alice Fraser, another comedian who does entire podcasts about her political views, was noteworthy at less than 3,000, which, hey, bigger than the Tonightly that was profiled even before it had an audience, which, let's be honest, what the changed when they were on air? How peculiar still, right when we fractured the state government, that's right, I'm claiming it, that you installed, it was at that exact moment you decided to profile yours truly, and how even more peculiar still that these are the negative sentences in these 4 articles, while these are the negative sentences in mine. Whoa, I'm lapping these other profiles combined multiple times over that are exactly the same as mine. Wish we could transfer those results over to Mario Kart and, oh look, we can, because look who had a little lunch date. If you ever need a database of the most unimpressive thoughts of Australia's most grating narcissists, look no further than the SMH's Lunch With series. It's all the proof you need that a meritocracy doesn't exist. Can you imagine the solipsism involved in the chain of thoughts leading to, I had Scalapini and Rush Gutters Bay with Beck Shaw, and that has to be documented for all eternity! Who the hell is Beck Shaw? Sexist! Usually taking place somewhere around the Gap, which is convenient as that's exactly where you feel like jumping off as soon as you've read them. Yet this is the paper that Lucy Cormack defends as properly covering Barilaro's corruption. Casually, over lunch, with John Barilaro's favourite wine, no less. Ooh, don't go too hard on him, guys. What a paper. A comedian in crime, criminal in dine, literally whining and dining those you're supposed to be holding to account, while you, as Michael West so aptly put it, hold comedians to account. Sorry, not sorry, Luce, but Chomsky again. The indoctrination is so deep that the educated people think they're being objective. The indoctrination is so deep that the educated people think they're being objective. You ready to learn how deep that rabbit hole goes? Because brace yourself, it's scary. They repeated their slogan to us 7 times in 20 minutes. Here's the counter.
We are an independent newspaper and
we are an independent, this Morning Herald is an independent, editorial independent newsroom. Nine management, like Fairfax management before it, has publicly endorsed our Charter of Editorial Independence. We're an independent outfit as professional journalists in a fair and independent and accurate way.
Yeah, and the reason I'm called Friendly Geordies is because I'm friendly. It's like you're speaking to Scientologists. They believe they're independent despite being owned by 9 Fairfax. Unless I'm grossly misinformed about the definition of independent, I don't think it means a company that was eaten by an even bigger company and has to rely on sponsorship from some of the most evil companies on earth just to keep the lights on. You're about as independent as a toddler that has a shirt that says Little Miss Independent on it. Your claim runs as deep as the ink. Convinced of a fairy tale like...
Nine management, like Fairfax management before it, has publicly endorsed our Charter of Editorial Independence.
Wow, someone who believes whatever they're told. Now that's someone you want as a crime reporter. What an idiot. Contrary to the fact that the board of 9 Fairfax includes Peter Costello, and just like the ABC is riddled from the top down with former Liberals, which is such an obvious, subtle as an atomic bomb example of institutional bias, that I was trying to think of a comparison to highlight the absurdity of that. All I could think of is that's like claiming you're independent when Peter Costello is on the board of your organisation, and then I remembered, oh, hang on, that's reality. This might surprise you, Fergus, but as a quote, Labour-aligned comedian, I've got to say, I really agree with Paul Keating on this one.
They have given an assurance that the Fairfax editorial charter of independence will be honoured.
The Fairfax Board of Management sold out. That's what's happened here.
But they say they've got a deal. They've got a deal with the Nine board, a gentleman's agreement, if you will, to say...
Yeah, but if you believe in that, you shouldn't be in journalism, Ellen. You should give the game up, you know?
You remember that the next time you're at an opera with him, Fergo? He thinks you should starve. You actually think Peter Costello, after a lifetime of fighting the Labor Party, is going to leave Parliament, take his partisan little blue tie off? Oop, not even that, still wears one, never mind. After spending 20 elections handing out how to vote Liberal pamphlets, all of that is going to have no muscle memory at all in Costello's decision-making and running what is essentially now a massive how to vote Liberal pamphlet. He's just going to turn a new page, as it were. First on the agenda to prove that, Liberal Party holds fundraiser at Channel 9's headquarters. Not even News Corp goes that far. Raising money for the Liberals to campaign on is apparently impartial, according to Squashhead here, because...
I think it was public at the time that our big boss, the executive editor, James Chessel, was not happy about that.
James Chessel is a former media advisor to Joe Hockey. His entire job was to distort the optics of a situation in the press to favour the Liberals. And surprise, surprise, why doesn't he like that a fundraiser was held at Channel 9? Because of the optics. Claiming that it was, quote, regrettable because many of the staff felt that it could temporarily tarnish our reputation for independence. Oh, don't worry about that, James. I'll make sure it's permanent. This suckhole admitting in his own admonition that pretending to be impartial whilst raising money for the Liberal Party's war chest isn't bad in principle. No, what's bad is destroying the illusion that you're impartial. Lucy, James, I know there's no point attempting to explain this to members of the Independent Church of Supreme Clarity, zealously aiming to reach the next stage of human evolution, being a Microsoft Speak program, but your independent, like the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, is democratic. You know the proverb, history is written by the victors? Can we all just extend that to journalism? After all, what else is today's paper other than tomorrow's archive? Everyone seems to understand, Caesar didn't go down in history for attempting to reform land laws and banking, but as a power-hungry egomaniac hell-bent on destroying the Republic. Maybe that's got something to do with the fact that all the historians during the time of Caesar were friends and family of the Senate. Why is it that when it comes to journalists, who are the friends and family of the Senate, Fergus Hunter's father worked for SMH, Lucy's clearly from the Bunyip aristocracy, so is it any wonder why she wound up defending the Bunyip aristocracy for a living? Drop this obnoxious charade that you're this Walter White meth batch of objectivity, 99.9% impartial, when in reality, you're just the latest characters in a play as old as history. You're the elite protecting the elite. Own it. Own it like the modern-day grape-eating f***s you are. Shanks also relies on SMH coverage as a source of material in his videos, so I'm going to have to disagree with this suggestion that we've ignored the alleged corruption issues. Lucy repeated this on the phone to Christo immediately after saying, quite pissed off mind you, so yes, triggered.
Sorry, mate. No, this isn't, sorry, I don't think it is ridiculous.
You're asking us to befriend Chomsky. I mean, really, this is a bit beyond the pale. Also considering if I remember correctly, at least a few of the videos I've watched of Jordan's recently were very happy to be quoting pretty much every single grab from every single story in the video was a Sydney Morning Herald article.
Proving that she either hasn't read or doesn't understand Chomsky's critique of the press. But that's okay, Lucy, because that's exactly why you are where you are, so it's very good that you don't. But let's go through the Sydney Morning Herald's articles that I referenced in Bros. 4 out of 8 of them are announcements from John Barilaro. That means half of your defence that you're covering John Barilaro's nefarious dealings is, what are you talking about? We photocopied his press releases. Keep the bastards honest. Or don't. As one of those articles that we use only to highlight John Barilaro called for a royal commission into the Murray-Darling Basin, which you did report on. What you failed to report on, though, is that when it came to crunch time, he voted against it. If you're not completely domesticated pets of the coalition, why did you only report the bit that sounded good, Luce? You lot are the human example of the do not feed the wild animals sign. You're just these lazy, fat seagulls waiting around flesh bins like Barilaro for, hey guys, do us a solid, huh? Put this Labour on the front page for being un-PC. That ought to scare away that dirty little crowhead. Why did we have to learn that John Barilaro's antics were all talk and no walk from Helen Dalton, who's not a journalist, while you, the journalists, reported that the talk was the same as the walk? I'm always having a laugh that Miss Love from the pod's sole source of news is Helen Dalton's Facebook page. I'm not laughing now. It is factually a better source of news than 9 Fairfax. You reported on Barilaro signing off on the oyster deal, sure. After Labor gave you that story, you used David Shoebridge's work to show that he was pork barreling, and yet you're taking credit for it. You're just Krusty the Clown saying,
If this is anyone but Steve Allen, you're stealing my bit.
You can't get haughty over me for using your work. It's not yours. You're essentially gloating by using us, Friendly Geordies, is admitting that we have a better algorithm than the New South Wales Hansard. Wow, you're capable of organising information a little better than a 2-century-long transcript. What a shit claim to fame. Almost as lame as your other articles, which, look, this is Lucy's body of work. It's like she thinks she writes for Sydney Confidential. Ooh, someone in the New South Wales National said something bitchy. Meow. Awkward alert, they're having a meeting. I missed it. Oh, he's feeling reflective. Oh, when are you going to drop a rap album about redemption, John? The information the SMH was responsible for originally sourcing in the Bruz video was, are you ready for this? A sentence. A sentence in a 27-minute long video. Your monolith company, with its virtually limitless resources, was responsible for the smallest possible metric next to nothing, while we, an organisation with next to nothing, sign up today on Patreon, have released documentary-length videos based on his corruption, yet you think your multi-billion-dollar organisation deserves praise? You don't deserve praise. You deserve to be homeless. Look at the month of September. This would have had to have been one of the worst months in coalition history, only to be outdone by October. In September, the month that the coalition nearly collapsed, Gladys Berejiklian got 47 articles. 47 articles, and we're not even counting addresses to the press. You know how many opposition leader Jody McKay got? 0. What if you do include addresses to the press? In that month, 2 of Berejiklian's articles were negative. 2. Fiend for her second worst month? What did she get in October? 3? In total, around 5% of her coverage was critical. That's nearing the corona death rate numbers that she's almost solely responsible for by letting in the Ruby Princess, which you wouldn't know about as she never gets any negative coverage. Conversely, the number of articles New South Wales Labor leader Jody McKay was mentioned in, even in the opening paragraph for that month. 2. Ooh, it is the thing. In fact, it gets even sadder. I, a YouTuber, got more coverage in the Sydney Morning Herald than the opposition leader. A couple of issues with that. First off, sucked in Jody. But second, half of the opposition leader's microscopic coverage was negative. That means of the coverage she got, it was almost 50 times smaller than the Premier's and 10 times more negative. You think with coverage like that, it's just a coincidence that when you talk to your normie friends, their response is either, who's Jody McKay, or, oh, I hate her, all she does is whinge. Very strange description for one of the funnest, most upbeat people I've ever met in my life. This leads me to my second massive issue with the mainstream media, and I will be drilling this metaphor into your head to the point that you, like everyone who works with me, will roll your eyes whenever you hear it. But, number 2, the media is a giant magnifying glass. I'm obsessed with that visual. It's the perfect analogy. The media, this massive tool operated by the elite, hovering over the landscape like the eye of Sauron until it finds a fact that suits its narrative and... Jody McKay said Gladys Berejiklian kills koalas. What about the 40 minutes of information surrounding that claim that corroborates it?
Don't focus on that referendum on whether or not that's a nice thing to say.
What does a magnifying glass do? It draws focus. That's the real purpose of the press. It's not there to inform the public. It's there to draw the public's focus to the facts that are convenient to its owners. You see it in their complete lack of coverage to the major political party that is only a few seats away from forming government. You see it in the Sydney Morning Herald's puff pieces on James Packer, the Banks and Qantas. And you see it in how a 27-minute video outlining rorting that this leech of a deputy premier has bestowed upon his benevolent state, the millions of tax dollars that he has moved into his mates' bank accounts. No, that's not where we're pointing the magnifying glass today. We're going to hover it over this just in, Aussie comedian says loose shit. Well, that's the most important part of that video. I'm telling you, 9 Fairfax is worse than the Murdoch press because at least the Murdoch press isn't boring. News.com at least pointed out that I f***ed in his house, which Barilaro, Bruz. Allow me to add this little tidbit. We didn't wipe up after. I didn't have a cum rag lying around, sorry. Anyway, Now that we've outlined just some of the Charles Manson level indoctrination that has resulted in the journalists at SMH stating without a hint of irony that this article is about new versus old media, let's get to the real point of the piece.
Dude, I honestly
police have
so
confirmed they are investigating an allegation of harassment by Shanks. Well, that's a fair summation of my entire career. In between working until 2 a.m. every day of my life in self-imposed isolation, fixated on my sweltering hatred of the press, I spend my spare time stalking journalists.
Nice.
Now that I say that out
Let's
loud,
go.
That does sound like the lifestyle of someone who would do that. The point is, Fergus Hunter, why don't you have a little Sherlock Holmes hat in your display picture to offset some of that trademark SMH punchable smirk you all have? Gliding his magnifying glass over the lone fact that a harassment report was filed. Not to tell you how to do your job, Fergo, because you're shit at it and that benefits me, but you know what else is reported to the police? Ghost sightings. Therefore, under normal circumstances,
dude, this is getting sick now.
Usually consider a report
Crazy.
to the police enough evidence to base an entire narrative around a completely objective floating orb that definitely doesn't have an ulterior motive. Being the beam of non-biased clarity that you are, why did you report on that when it was filed a month before you published your article? That means the cops aren't taking it remotely seriously, and if they were, don't you think I would have learned about it from them instead of you two-bit mudslinger? We were thinking of reporting Lucy and Fergus to the cops just to show everyone how easy it is to write that someone's been reported to the police. But we decided against it, as unlike these defective products of upper-class decay, we're not solipsistic enough to think that the purpose of the public service is to force them to validate our abandonment issues, unlike the mysterious journalist who filed this complaint that took around 3 seconds of snooping to discover it was Joe Hildebrand. Guys, even I think you're a smidgen less of a joke than Joe Hildebrand. Don't put yourself in the same basket as Rigger from Captain Planet over here. Look at this man's face and tell me you think anyone on Earth would be interested in stalking Joe Hildebrand. You know what he thinks we are? Once when I was at Christo's house, we went on a walk to his local park after working a 14-hour day and thought, holy f***, that's Joe's house. How do we know? Because he's such a narcissist. He was flossing it on Studio 10 every second day. We'd just done a video on him. So we took a photo of that uncanny coincidence, or possibly a UFO, from a park, mind you, that we regularly walk in, on the same day that we took a bunch of photos of other shit, including a possum we saw, which hate to break it to you, Joe, but I've thought about that possum a hell of a lot more than I've thought about you, as I'm a big fan of marsupials, not so much rats. This is not a threat. This is just an expression. You ready? You're as safe as houses, Joe. I'm sorry to deflate your ego, but the only person on Earth who is obsessed with you is you. You two parasites, on the other hand, can squirm in the dog anuses I imagine you sleep in, as I'll be informing the press council about your boring shenanigans. Claiming I didn't address your intrigues, which is a lie, I replied with stupid answers because they're stupid questions. You didn't even publish that I gave Gary Awesome a shout-out as the best media analyst in the country, and frankly, I don't forgive you for it. This brings us to the next reason I don't like the mainstream media, and that is 3, you're just terrible people. Questions have been raised. Questions have been raised. The SMH's equivalent of Fox News, as some people say. Who's raising these questions? You are, you oyster-looking about his tactics and recent stunts, as well as comments about allegations of sexual harassment against former New South Wales opposition leader Luke Foley. Now, this is the important part. Pay attention to this. Police are also investigating a complaint against Shanks, implying that I'm being investigated for sexual harassment, which means you know what time it is. That's right, it's press council time, you malevolent sacks of shit. Leading your audience on to draw the false conclusion that I'm some sort of sex pest by conflating 2 carefully selected accusations and intertwining them so that I have to come out and say, no, I'm not being investigated for sexual harassment, nor have I ever been investigated for sexual harassment, which automatically makes everyone think, well, why would you have to say it if there's not some truth to it? Just a very serpentine example of the don't think of an elephant principle in action. So you better thank Christ that I don't believe in defamation and have a platform to defend myself. Otherwise, I'd sue you into the f***ing Stone Age and impoverish you to the point that you no longer get to rock that Scandinavian basics look you're going for. There's a reason an entire episode of The Simpsons is devoted to exactly this scenario, and it's because as soon as you hear the word sexual harassment or sexual assault, it doesn't matter what follows. The audience feels queasy, and so it's trial by gut. I deeply resent the fact that the press have discovered that the South Park M-word exists, because even if you're completely absolved of it in court like Emma Huzar or Peter Slipper, it doesn't matter. What matters is the court of public opinion, and in the court of public opinion, you're automatically guilty. My lawyer's office is filled with cases where even if she proves her client's innocent, the damage is done. Their relationships, their reputations, their careers lie permanently in tatters, which is precisely the point, as the press lives by this sick ethos that if you can't beat them, smear them. As such, do forgive me as an observer and now bearer of this tactic that I'm somewhat sceptical of the one allegation they mercilessly drubbed Foley with relentlessly, particularly when it seems to follow the observable pattern that the actual crime the magnifying glass is picking up on is that he was on the wrong side of politics. Shanks said it's just his word against hers, fired as opposition leader for grabbing someone's ass while you're drunk. I don't know about that. Sorry to brag, but you know that bingo game we played before they released this article, where we tried to guess exactly what mud they'd sling, and we had a 75% hit rate? We went in completely blind, and we got 75% of what they were going to hit us with. A distinction correct, and that's because you don't understand what predictable cogs you are. I even said to the very clip you're currently quoting, God, I hope they do. Why? Because it was clipped from my podcast with Neil Cole-Hadcar where we were discussing, sorry Lucy and Fergo, I know you think you're so much smarter than Chomsky, but him again. When the press focuses on the sex lives of politicians, reach for your pocket and see who's pulling out your wallet. Seeing as you don't get the irony of me calling myself Friendly Geordies, I highly doubt you'll get the irony in the fact that you just proved what Chomsky was saying to a level that would make even him utter, God damn. Willing to enact this guilt by association chain that would make even North Korea think is a bit overkill, as you used an allegation on someone else from well over a year ago that I was commenting on, not only to smear me, oh no, we're not done yet, any Labour politician who's ever been on my channel. Surely you and your children and your children's children is less of a stretch than that. That leads me to my fourth issue that I have with the press. You're not looking for answers. You're looking for grabs. A half-formed thought, a soundbite, always with the excuse, oh, well, the article was only 1,000 words. That format is by design. The creators of the modern Western propaganda model wanted news to be delivered in short spurts. This is because if it's short, it can only be shallow. If it's shallow, complex thoughts and nuanced arguments are made impossible by its very construct. If complex thoughts and nuanced arguments are eradicated, you've eliminated any chance of edifying the audience, and that serves the purpose of the press just fine, as the entire purpose of the media is thought control. What's genius about the Western propaganda model over, say, dictatorships is that by using these little tricks like inserting a line of opposing view, it deceives the audience into thinking, oh, well, that's the whole story. That's very neutral, even though the f***ing title of it is How to Solve a Problem Like Friendly Geordies. Journalists might not be aware of this, but the actual skill they're being paid for is to craft accusatory questions that are impossible to respond to in a sentence, and only give you a sentence to respond. They do this so no matter what you say, you look bad, and if you say nothing, you look worse. If you're interested, Lucy, and I know you're not, here's another example of the difference between you and old media. You don't get to play that game anymore. I can take as long as I like to respond, and I will. Not that I should, as you could have answered your own question by doing the bare minimum of research, i.e. looking at the full clip and then shutting the f*** up as it's obvious what I was trying to say, but I'll repeat it again. Michael Daly, who I greatly admire personally, I think he's a pistol in Parliament, but unfortunately Alan Jones and Ray Hadley hated his guts. Can you imagine two people hating you that would be worse? Possibly Mr. Squiggle and the chalkboard, but the chalkboard hates everyone. Therefore, I think he would have been a much better replacement choice for Alan Jones than Ben Fordham. One of the very few people that could command their respect was Luke Foley. As a result, it was evident in the polling that Foley was on track to win the last New South Wales election, evidenced by you as that was the only headline you published of him that month. Yet right at that moment, massive coincidence I know, bam, accusation of inappropriate touching next month. All of a sudden, the Sydney Morning Herald's interest in Foley peaked harder than a lad taking a cap during maths class, his article count increasing from 2 to 35. What are the explanations for this? That it was a genuine attempt to expel predators from power? I'm new to the inner circle of parliamentary gossip, and I've heard numerous allegations of coalition.
All right, one thing that we need to do eventually, soon, is write a pen chat, which takes the last chat message. All right, I'll just do it. Boy, oh boy, am I a fucking loser. Jesus Christ. How long is this taking me? Like hours. Alright, come on. Okay, wait. Write a function called writeChat, which takes is there a way to access the VS Code API? Let's have another one. I kind of doubt that. I mean, that seems weird. Is there a way to access the VS Code API to determine which files are currently open in the editor from within a Python REPL?
An MP is doing way worse shit.
I just kind of like having the...
As they involve way
no
more
way.
people. Why aren't they getting the
What
same
the
coverage
fuck?
if you think that it deserves an increase of 1,700% in articles? You don't know about these allegations? Honey, don't lie. Your entire life is following state parliamentary gossip, which I've got to say has to be one of the saddest existences I can imagine. I'd rather be a beggar in India with no limbs, but there is no way you don't know about those rumours. So why don't they get the same scrutiny? Different because this was about a party leader? Please. White King ads are more sincerely investigating if their competitors make whiter and brighter sheets. Compare Foley's run in the press with the treatment you gave Gladys Berejiklian, who is a proven homewrecker. She was having an affair with a married man for years. You're telling me that's not more damaging to Maguire's spouse than whatever Luke Foley was accused of? Yet in the month of October, there were 58 articles written about Berejiklian. 15 were defending her, 3 were negative, which first off, holy shit, turns out my joke about their coverage in October wasn't a joke. It's honestly impossible to parody you people. The rest were neutral, if we're being generous. Because look at what we were forced to constitute as negative. This is the editor of the SMH's state political coverage. Her hard-hitting headline on Berejiklian, can we really have a premier who trusts so willingly? I don't know. If she has a fault at all, it's that she's too good, isn't it, Alexandra? This is the exact same writer on Luke Foley. Luke Foley must resign today. A nice little inquiry inviting the reader to ponder just how much of a victim Gladys Berejiklian really is, as opposed to a flat-out demand to end your career. In fact, let's stay with Alexandra for a second, because just like all these other cancers on democracy, her, she's written over 460 articles on state politics since Jodi McKay entered politics. You know how many of them were explicitly about Berejiklian in the headline? 103. You know how many are about the opposition leader Jodi McKay? 3. Christ. And you thought Bernie
That doesn't even
Sanders
make
could complain
sense,
about
actually.
media blackout. Fred Nile got almost as many articles as Jodi McKay. Now, I'm not disputing that Tuck Fred doesn't deserve prime print. Obviously, he needs to remind us that evolution still is just a theory and Adam and Eve is the word of God until then. But the state parliamentary editor of the Sydney Morning Herald, holding the office of the opposition leader in the same regard as some fringe preference-whispering DLP hangover, who I'm pretty sure lives in a balloon-powered house, that's checking your biases at the door of 9 Fairfax, is it? When we went into this, we thought that the ratio would be appalling. Not that appalling. 5 on Mosselman, 7 on Kayla, who isn't even a member of Parliament. Oh no, Alexandra will cover Labor, just as long as she has a chance to shit on them. Speaking of, back to Foley, out of those 35 articles that the Sydney Morning Herald published about an allegation of inappropriate touching, allegation, how many were negative? 100%. You couldn't even bring yourself to make one article defending the opposition leader's claims while you have a proven homewrecker that we have on tape aiding and abetting corruption as the Premier of New South Wales. 15 defence articles. While a negative coverage, as always, made me wonder, why do you even have Alexandra Smith on the payroll? Just replace it with a can of Solo. You get the same results. 5% negative coverage. I am openly partisan. Gloriously. Unashamedly, wear it as a badge of honour partisan, yet looking at these grotesque and shameful numbers, I feel even I could learn a thing or two about shilling from the covert cum rags of Costello. Their defence line of this big-nosed walking caricature from day one has been, this is a matter between two unbelievably sexy adults, the newer and saucier Beck and Leighton Hewitt, Michelin Tire Man and Bin Chicken. Interesting to note that you only agree with yourself when the politician in question is covering up corruption, yet when the politician's promising to clean up corruption, all of a sudden you shine a light on it that's brighter than your bizarre fetishisation of the f***ing Vivid Festival. This is because if Labor was elected, it would mean that the current parasites that have latched onto the colon of the government would no longer be able to suck this state dry. It would mean an end to the absurdly overpriced, appallingly corrupt, multi-billion-dollar infrastructure contracts that the Liberals regularly dole out to their donors for projects that are designed to keep Sydney in traffic so their other donors can harvest the population for road tolls, while the development of those cheap matchbox flats that are more flammable than oxygen and pop up faster than shrooms after rain, always with that yellow stripe around the windows that no one could possibly like unless they take those shrooms, and even then because why would they do that? It looks like Andy Warhol started a painting and thought, no, it's all wrong. Those would have halted as Foley wanted to ban property developers from running for local council. There would have been enough nurses to properly accommodate the hospital system that was buckling before COVID. The health system was on the brink before the pandemic due to the Liberals' underfunding, understaffing and rampant privatisation, ditto the RFS and national parks, which led to a bushfire death toll of over 1 billion incinerated native animals. And those are just some of the horrific...
Once AI has a visual understanding of things, it's going to be all over. Alright, actually I'll watch chat today. I mean, I don't know. I never really get any chatters. I guess someone's watching right now. Maybe it's just me. I don't know. If you're watching, what's up? What we're trying to do is we're trying to make a logo for a YouTube video. See, why does it do that? Right, so if I do image 1, zero, 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 zero. But you can't do equals. This line is suspicious. Nice. All right, that's like 3 instructions. Let's see if we can get it. No way, man. That's dope. Write a script for a YouTube video titled How I Started Dominating LeetCode Challenge. I need a non-PC ChatGPT to write this. Guys, what should I do? What about this? Are you a displaced software engineer looking to find your home? Well, look no further with Boost with AI. Boost with AI will raise you to the top of the LeetCode leaderboards just in time for you to get a cushy job at Google before everyone gets fired. Are you depressed that you spent your time in college behind a computer screen grinding for a better future? What the fuck is this? At OpenAI? Yes. That's hilarious. Why is that so funny? Look no further. Now, AI, there's no need to work anymore. Just boost and cheat. Do not think. Do not fear. Do not worry. Do not think, do not fear, do not worry. The end is near. Introducing AI LeetCode. LeetCode bot. In this video, I'll show you how how I got into the top 10% of coders on LeetCode. I was able to teach myself Rust, or at least that's what it looks like. Wallow no more. We are here to take you out of your pathetic misery. It's already 2. I need to get to the office to print out that thing. Okay, so now we made the video. Or we made the thumbnail. I need my face in it. What's up?
I gotta be honest, I don't want to invite the boys because you don't want to invite me to hang with the boys.
This would be the time.
I want to hang with the boys on the boys' time, not on my time.
Okay, alright, that's fair.
Is that fair?
I guess so.
I can't ask if you really want to, but I also think it's so much funnier if it's just me and you.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine.
Which boys would it be? Michael and Julius?
Michael and Alex, probably. Well, Alex probably busy. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know if there's any sexy girls there for Michael, so...
Yeah.
Give me like 10 minutes to think about it.
I mean, yeah. Alright.
Wait.
Alright, I gotta go. Alright, see ya.
Wait, why? No. Wait, why?
'Cause I'm busy.
Okay.
Alright.
Bye.
Love you, bye. needs my face in it, probably, right? Pretty much all of them have a face in it. It's kind of busy. What is it called? Tie-dye? Tie-dye. Bro, there's no way this works. Okay, let's try this. Global. There's just no way this thing works. Hmm. Let's try that. Hmm. Yeah, I feel like this is not going to go well. I mean, we have this. Which realistically is pretty good. There's just absolutely no way. We're gonna see. This is really a fun way of programming, not gonna lie. Bro. Oh, yeah. I don't like this. Let's just do this. That's cool. This is so good. Something. I don't even know what I need to do. I just don't want to do it. Whatever. That is not a thing. Oh, is it channel view? I don't think he really understood. This one's pretty good though. We just need more colors and stuff. Spiral rainbow background. Like I want it distorted along some sort of radial. Scripts are so much better than functions. Fuck functions. All my homies like scripts.
Horrendous, unfathomably destructive issues a Labor government would have solved overnight, and so to address the extemporaneous sentence that I uttered about a year ago that you've mendaciously distorted into my central point, which was, I look at the big picture. You, on the other hand, move the magnifying glass over the smallest details you can possibly zoom in on, like there's not a public hospital system that Gladys Berejiklian is systematically dismantling, so that people lose track of that, and your donors can profit off its evil and sick scrap salvaging. It's the same reason why your numerically demonstrable and deliberate character assassination of Luke Foley is not how I remember him. I remember him as a man of genuine integrity and care. I remember him as the only person with a platform pointing out, hey, the Liberals are carrying out an ecocide. In fact, the only reason anyone watching this now would know about it is because I learned it from him. Good luck learning about it from the astonishingly tiny coverage that the press gives these most heinous of crimes, meaning publications like the Sydney Morning Herald are completely complicit in a mass special genocide. And yet these weak, wretched servants of Mammon dare question my integrity. Guys, mind if we focus the magnifying glass back on you for a second? Let's start with what everyone assumes is the backbone of journalism, honesty. I mean, it's been pretty heavily covered so far, but we'll just do a quick recap. Defamation, double standards, quote mining, deliberate mischaracterization, blatant character assassination, consistent perfect vacuums of context, and straight up bald-faced lies to boot. Easy, Lucia Fergus. Don't make Honest Abe's ghost too jealous with your truth-telling abilities. So let's just move on to that other fundamental pillar of journalism, research. You got this quote from a tweet. You couldn't even be bothered watching the full clip, meaning that you have worse research skills than stoners. Doubly so as you seem to have assumed that Hamish Taylor, a former Greens candidate who's involved with the AUWU, so yeah, nothing sus there, he couldn't possibly have a political motivation in clipping a few seconds of a point that lasted 15 minutes and colouring it with the caption, "show," which is the first indicator he's a cunt. Anyone that starts points online with "show," chuck him in a gulag. "Show, Friendly Jordies has some pretty fucked up views on sexual assault." Do I? Why then were you running for the Greens that are covering up numerous, much more credible allegations of rape, date rape, domestic violence, and you say nothing about that, but you really care about what a YouTuber extemporaneously said as a side point, so much so that you clip it out of context to make it appear as if it's the main point, when the main point was about prioritising a mass
I have no idea what I'm actually
politically
looking for.
motivated game.
I'm sort of just playing around. I have no idea what I want. Splotchy. I'm loving this. I'm loving this. This is really cool. You know, it's just like you just say what you want. It's such a better way to get to... I'll save that one. That was literally just more red. Oh, sick. That's cool, man. Can you make an animation of this where you modulate the parameters? Make the script generate a 5-second animation, 300 frame. Okay, let's try it. Can you guys tell a difference? I can't tell a difference. Maybe I can. Oh, I can. This is so slow. The flush standard out thing is sick, though. That's nice. Takes too long to process, though. I don't know if it's just this. Three seconds? Oh, wait.
And yet you call yourself a f***ing green, you expedient pig-nosed scum.
Pig-nosed
Why don't you go join the
scum?
Young Liberals? You already look like one with that nice gummy smile that says you can't trust me as far as you can throw me. Which, now that I think about it, not a great metaphor choice, as I reckon I could throw you very far, you scrawny nothing that doesn't appear to be held down by a single conviction. You just say whatever gains you an even slight advantage at that exact moment. Either that or you're coincidentally selectively empathetic in all the areas that don't hinder your advancement in life. This entire blow-up was manufactured by two smear merchants playing a modified game of Chinese whispers where they're deliberately attempting to bung up the message. And yet she dare asks, where do you think the mainstream media fails? Well, it's a long chain spanning back a century, but the most recent blunder is they hired you. This is because, point 5, you have the most evil set of priorities I could possibly imagine. To illustrate this, let's compare the SMH to my primary value. Unlike them, I don't make a secret of it. More than anything on Earth, I'd like to see the Earth saved. The SMH certainly doesn't give a f*** about that. Acknowledging, there it is, before the last election, that the New South Wales Liberals' environmental record was, quote, abysmal, and then proceeded to endorse them regardless. Why? Why was a completely preventable 6 mass extinction worth brushing aside in the opinion of these self-anointed democratic watchdogs? Get ready, the answer will really floor you. The reason they endorsed this speciocidal maniac was in the interest of a stable government. How's that working out? That's just level 2 of this Mount Everest load of incredulity. Their justification was, if Labor wins, they might have to share power with the shooters and fishers. Imagine a state run by 2 awesome parties. Better vote for the stability that can only come from a state run by 2 shit parties. I'd honestly be baffled if I didn't know it was completely feigned.
There's literally no way
it's time
this
to
works.
let you in on our game plan.
You can't do
Christo
that.
and I thought, let's come up with a bunch of questions designed to elicit their values. When they get frustrated and demand to get a statement from me, Christo will then pass the phone on to me, and no matter what their first question is, I'll answer with, I think the best way to start it out is, do you know the t-shirt brand Lonely Kids Club? Then go on to advertise them as my only comment for their article. A, because check them out, they just have great designs, but B, Warwick's a legend. He's the guy that runs the place, and all the profits from this koala killer design go to the Animal Rescue Collective.
What is
then when they
Fran
ask
Delta?
for any follow-up questions, I'll just say all the profits of that go to the Animal Rescue Collective. They do great work. Like after the bushfires, they stopped all of these animals from starving to death afterwards because they had no food or water. Therefore, by that being their only statement, we figured that they would be forced to undo some of the horrendous damage that they've inflicted upon this state by publishing that at the very least. Just the name Animal Rescue Collective. They instead wrote, when Shanks came to the phone, he spoke about his involvement in an ongoing koala fundraising project before hanging up. The Animal Rescue Collective is not
Nice.
a koala fundraising project, you redundant ignoramus. Nor did I once mention the koala sep in my Bruz video. Now, they asked me a question based completely on that invented premise, such as the shoddiness of their research, particularly when it comes to the environment, it seems. And perhaps that has something to do with what Christo brilliantly uncovered by pushing them to answer the very, very simple question.
What do you think about the Brumby bill? What do you think about 27 native species going extinct because of a $10,000 donation? What are your opinions on that?
This story is not covering that.
No, but what are your opinions on that? This is my story. This is friendly Geordie's story. This is why you're on the record. This is on the media. This is a story on the media.
Okay, I can see what you're going for here and what you're doing, and it's like, okay, like I get that you guys and Jordan have a certain MO and you do content a certain
Fergus, please just answer the question. Like, what motivates you? Like, why are you doing this? You're just saying all these abstractions, mate. Mate,
completely unrelated story.
Mate, no, but mate, it's not unrelated. You're just saying you're tunnel vision. This is a broader critique of the media. You seem to be motivated by nothing but getting this story out. What is the point of this story? Like, there are political to deny that we live in the real world. That seems what you're doing, because there is an effect that your journalism has. It affects the political system. That affects the New South Wales environment. And it's very mentally lazy just to say, oh no, that's unrelated. I don't need to think about that. I'm trying to push you to think about what your role in New South Wales and politics is. And it's really disappointing that you haven't even thought about that for 1 second. What do you think about land clearing? What do you think about Brumbies? What do you think, you know?
So me getting mildly impatient with the question is not saying I haven't thought about those things. I've thought about those issues, but that's a completely separate issue. What we're just thinking is basically we just want to do the right thing by Jordan and do what professional journalists
But Fergus, you could have answered that. Fergus, you could have answered.
Recently, journalist Rob Inglis, seen here modelling last season's range of best and less, shout out Project Sanchez, he works for the Examiner, and recently he shared that SMH attack piece on me, then quickly deleted the post soon after because, who'd have guessed, Doughboy's soft. In it he wrote, good article about a bad person. His words. Yet somehow, as outlined in his very thought-provoking think piece, Labor needs to distance itself from vlogger-friendly Geordies. He took issue with me calling that article a hit piece, despite then going on to regurgitate the exact same accusations and themes outlined in it, but in a much whinier and faux indignant tone. It was honestly the written equivalent of a mosquito trapped in an air conditioner on the frints. In fact, I had a host of questions I wanted to ask Rob. I reached out to him twice, and for some reason, after what we did to James O'Doherty from The Telegraph, he was a little shy. Oh, that's all right, champ. I'll just leave those questions here. Feel free to answer them whenever you like, Rob. My first question is in regards to your opening sentence. I'm no comedian, but I do know the golden rule of comedy, and that is to never punch down. Well, that's embarrassing, Rob, because anyone who's read even a single joke book would tell you that the golden rule is the rule of three, and the secret golden rule is that only hacks believe in golden rules. So I guess my second question is, do you have any original thoughts? Your opinion piece doesn't have a single original opinion in it. Your concept of comedy is exactly what every loser on Twitter and Reddit says whenever they're offended personally by a joke. Punching down. But quick humour tutorial from a guy that's read a PhD's worth of books on humour theory, okay? Humour theory is filled with example after example, anthropological, sociological, neurological, of punching down being funny as f***. On top of that, I actually am a comedian, Rob. I deliver punchlines for a living, unlike you, who is a living punchline. And I'm definitely punching down by focusing on you. You're a journalist in Launceston. I don't even tour there. If someone offered me $500,000 for a single night extravaganza, I'm still not going. There's enough haunted prisons in Sydney. But I can assure you, Rob, even though I am punching down, many people are laughing at the fact you have a career. And if they aren't, they will be, as this is a two-parter. Are you going to revoke your objectively false statements on punching down? And second, can you shut the up about comedy? Your understanding of a joke, however narrow, eye-rollingly pompous, and ironically unprovocative it is, when the upper echelons of society, those with privilege, wealth and power, are made the subject of a joke, that's genuinely provocative, genuinely subversive. That's your definition of good humour. Would just like to stress that that is certainly not mine. Mine can be best summed up as see American Pie Bandcamp. But that being the case, why do you have issue with me making fun of the Deputy Premier of New South Wales? A guy that I'm pretty sure is worth tens of millions of dollars at a minimum and holds the second most powerful position in the most powerful state of one of the top 20 most powerful countries on earth. Yet according to you, John Barilaro doesn't have enough privilege, wealth and power to be made fun of. Such high expectations of my profession, Rob. If only they flowed over to your own. I looked at 40 articles at your publications written about your local Liberal federal member, Bridget Archer. You know how many of them were either positive or just complete lifts from press releases? 40. 40 out of 40 were positive. She's that good, eh?
It's still kind of cool,
obviously,
though.
as frequenters of this channel would be well aware, Liberals are perfect in every way, and the Examiner is not afraid to tell it like it is. Their coverage of the Premier of Tasmania, also a local member, also a Liberal, and Another perfect score, 40 out of 40. Another local Liberal, Sarah Courtney, only achieved a lowly 38 out of 40 positive articles. Oh, room for improvement, says. One politely asks her to focus on something. I guess that sort of counts as criticism. While the other is a good old-fashioned, no-holds-barred scolding, an expose that claims Sarah Courtney admits to preferring to dance when no one's watching. Ooh, exposed. The Liberals' Michael Ferguson, 39 out of 40. Hey, that's almost premium material. The negative one written by Rob himself, outlining that he failed to disclose nearly $100,000 of taxpayer money being spent on outside consultants to make an infrastructure plan that didn't have any plans in it. Well, I can see how no one would regard that as a complete waste of money. Neither does Rob, apparently. Fair and balanced as he is, characterising that as an honest mistake. You sure that isn't blatant corruption, you who thinks comedians should only joke about the powerful and privileged? Why do you as a journalist then never hold the powerful and privileged to account? Why do you let him get away with giving $93,000 of taxpayer money to consultants for the service of making a PDF with a bunch of Wikipedia facts in it? Because I learned from an actual journalist, Callum Foote, who works for Michael West, that MPs in power get an advertising budget of around $130,000 each. He also told me that local members threaten all the time not to spend any of that money in ads in local papers should they receive negative coverage. Which we certainly can't accuse the Examiner of, as when you examine their coverage of the Liberals, out of 160 articles, 3 are sort of, maybe kind of negative a little bit. So here's my question, Rob. Do you honestly think you're a journalist? Or are you at least self-aware enough to know that you're an embedded PR hack for the Liberal Party whose job is to excuse and cover up their rampant corruption? Do you even know who your owners are, Rob? Your parent company's ACM. That's a conglomeration of all the newspapers Fairfax rejected. 170 publications, half owned by Alex Waislitz, a man rich from his close ties to the Pratt family, who are some of the biggest tax dodgers in the country. On around $328 million in income, they paid about $18 million in tax. That means they paid around a 5% tax rate when the corporate tax rate is 30%, and that's on a company worth billions. So you're telling me they should have only been paying tax on $328 million over 4 years anyway? My next question would be, why are you so cool with corruption? Why is it that when you're directly talking about it in your articles, you won't acknowledge it? How come when you discuss it in the Bruz video, which is 27 minutes of provable, highlighted corruption, you gloss over all of it as alleged corruption, yet you really seem to take issue with resorting to childish name-calling, with exaggerated voiceovers imitating an Italian accent, seeming to play on Barilaro's racial heritage? Mamma mia. Why is it that blue-check clods such as yourself continually mock outrage over phrases people say, and never what people do, especially if those people employ you? Is it because you all deep down know you're bought and sold, and so to deflect from that, you attempt to moralise on something, anything, which inevitably results in arbitrary, murky, subjective, and can I just say at this point, very boring accusations of sexism, racism, homophobia, as you can't be wrong on deliberately vague terms, the problem with that being, you're actually not saying anything either. Particularly when you actually look at who this gaggle of half-wits decide to label with these smears, and which people they don't. At which point you've got to ask, do you even care about this shit? We can easily put it to the test. As you know who owns the other 50% of the company you work for? Anthony Catalano. That's right, the party boy himself. Rumours of coke and hookers abound all around his domain. He also nabbed the dubious title as the first Australian CEO casualty of the Me Too era. Who by? Fairfax. Oh dear, we are in trouble now, aren't we? What are you going to do, Rob? Sit there and claim that their article on him is bad, but their article on me is good? To paraphrase the article that you so weakly defended, what to do with a problem like your boss? After all, you can replace me with Anthony and you with Labor in virtually every sentence in the second half of your article. Examples include, Rob English would be wise to distance himself from his employer, Anthony Catalano. He would be wiser still to condemn some of the offensive comments that Anthony Catalano has made instead of just appearing in his newspaper for a job and forgetting about everything else. Otherwise, it can be only assumed that Rob's silence is a tacit endorsement. Your words. Now I think it's time for you to answer a couple of your own questions. Does Rob Inglis agree with his employer, Anthony Catalano, having, quote, white parties where, quote, the disabled toilet was popular? If so, he shouldn't. Does Rob Inglis see nothing wrong with his boss's womanising work culture? If so, he should. Just as Rob English should condemn media commentators who consistently say outrageous things, Friendly Geordies comes to mind, so should he do the same with his boss, Anthony Catalano. Your decision to seemingly brush aside the darker aspects of your employer is unprincipled. So I guess my final question is, what the you gonna do, Rob? To quote you one more time, just because it's so very fun, I think you need to rethink your relationship with your newspaper. Otherwise, people might start to suspect that you're amoral and don't actually care about anything except keeping your job. Like this video and subscribe if you think that Rob writing an article denouncing his employer is the only way he can possibly save face at this point. Really looking forward to seeing your answers to these questions, mate.
Please share and comment below. Comment.
This one's pretty cool still.
As you know from the 3 dominant news outlets in this country, this just in, you're not dead. Therefore, Scott Morrison handled the COVID crisis as perfectly as he makes curries, which... scrumptious! Can't tell the difference! That's what you think, isn't it? All because you don't have a spare month like me to sift through the media narrative without the distraction of things like loved ones and a life. You make me sick. Like this video if you think I'm essentially that old man that floats around the bottom of the oil tanker in Waterworld keeping tabs on the oil level. And subscribe if you accept that you're the bad guy with the patch that's pissed off at the facts I'm spouting. And after this, you're just going to close the hatch on me until you need more bad news from me, aren't you? What a f***ed business model. The worse the news is, the more I prosper. Sorry, now I'm just stuck on this analogy. I am that old man. That was me during the bushfires.
Oh, thank God.
Friendly Geordies Features presents Scovid, a tribute to quite literally the world's 9th crappiest leader. Oh yeah, top 10 for something. Roll the intro. We're going to start with the tale of 2 nations. It shouldn't be. We all know New Zealand's just having a tantrum, and it even looks like they are geographically. Except we invented the pavlova. Never! Having said that, for the first time in my entire life, I am glad New Zealand isn't New Western Australia. And although I maintain it would be very amusing, as it would probably have to call itself East Western Australia, I'll let it slide this one time because they become a brilliant point of comparison. It's basically one of those what happened to these 2 twins separated at birth stories they play at like 1 a.m. on 9Go. Both were blessed with being island nations. Both had months of warning. Both have very similar systems of government. Both have leaders with exceptionally large teeth. Although to give Arden her dues, she really looks like she should be in the big book of British smiles. The big difference was New Zealand's Labour Party was in power when COVID hit, while here the Tories were in power. And let's be honest, when the f*** aren't they in power except for some bizarre reason in the 80s when everyone else's Tories were in power, including China, proving, hold on changing the name New Zealand. We'll change our name to Opposite Land first, and then you change your name to East West Opposite Land. In the meantime, the fact that New Zealand's Workers' Party was in power while our corporate party was in power is just another way of saying New Zealand had a government that listened to experts, while Australia had a government that listened to Clive Palmer. Open up WA's border. My fingers are too chubby to operate Zoom. Who did better? Any global health expert will tell you, and did, that the key to prevention in a pandemic is to act fast. Jacinda Ardern acted fast. Unfortunately for us, we have a PM that goes on vacation at the peak of every crisis this nation's ever had, and I'm pretty sure there's a brand of Valium with his face on it called Slow-Mos. Stressed? Don't shit yourself. Take a slow-mo. In fact, his government was warned about the spread of corona 3 weeks before patient 0 landed in Australia, which, in his defence, he was warned about the 2020 bushfires 12 years before that hit and still did nothing. So 3 weeks is the blink of an eye for a man who's probably still in the process of blinking his eyes right now. It'd be like watching a season of Dragon Ball Z. Think about how much of a warning that is. How big is your beard if you don't shave for 3 weeks, particularly if you're Indian? If you were even remotely competent as a leader, don't you think you would have stockpiled masks, shut the borders, at least seanced a medieval plague doctor? Have you tried frankincense? Yes. Well, I'm all out of ideas then. Bye-bye. Wait! You didn't tell me if God's angry at me! Isn't calling on the spirit of doctors before medicine was even a proper science still a better strategy than Scott Morrison's actual strategy, which was, no, that's happening in China, not Chinatown. Christ almighty, keep schools open. Kids obviously need to learn more geography, not less. By the time it hit Australia, we had no test kits, no emergency equipment, no plan. We just winged a pandemic like it was an English speech in year 10. Bill Bowtell, an adjunct professor for infection and immunity at UNSW, stated so succinctly, perfect summary of the Morrison government, not just during the pandemic either, in general. This should be engraved on Scott Morrison's tomb, heaven forbid. Here lies a man who, quote, diligently did not do anything useful. Also, he bared an uncanny resemblance to Dilbert. Conversely, New Zealand had a plan. That's a good start. From the first case hitting New Zealand to the country closing its borders, 2 weeks. From the first case to nationwide lockdown, a month. Getting shoes from Amazon during the pandemic took 3. That should have been Labor's campaign slogan. Labor, better delivery of services than Amazon guaranteed. Stop sounding like Australians that are melting. Meanwhile, in Australia, from the first case hitting the shores till the borders being shut, 2 months. I lived in Malaysia. It has got to be one of the laziest countries on earth. It's pretty much an entire nation of Scott Morrisons. They had a better response than we did. We are so lucky we're an island because under Scott Morrison, we had a comparable response time to the US, all because of wavering, non-stop wavering, always with the stock standard liberal excuse of maintaining business and consumer certainty. Who do you instinctively think generated more business and consumer certainty? New Zealand that said, we're going to shut the borders on this date, followed by a lockdown on this date, and did so, or after months of, we're taking this very seriously. No, we're not going to shut down the borders. Definitely not going to shut them down. Oh, shut the borders down now! 2 days later. Oh shit, it's not enough! Lock it down! This is certainty. Per capita, New Zealand had around 7 times less deaths than Australia. In fact, when you exclude Europe, because that continent at the best of times is basically a giant penis without a condom, Australia had the 9th highest amount of deaths in the developed world, and that was at the peak of the initial outbreak. New Zealand had the least amount of deaths. That's what happens when you have a plan. This is what happens when you have a plan to see the Sharkies. Yeah. If you look at the timeline of the shutdown, it really seems like he built it around, but the game!
That's fucking sick.
Now I've got 2 disasters to manage. Probably should have left that out as I forgot that my key audience are Aussies and they're probably thinking right now, putting his team above his country. Now there's a man with his priorities straight. Even I'm currently thinking, yeah, well, what's the problem with that? But the way that I get out of that loop is that I look at it this way. He's a f***ing fat cat. His infuriatingly regimented psychology of, no, I don't care that the country's on fire. It's the holidays. You know when your dad used to say, we're going away, don't call unless the house is on fire? More reasonable than the Prime Minister of Australia. If he was doing that Spider-Man speech, he'd say, now remember, Peter, with great power comes no responsibility. Especially after 5. Also, before we get flooded with comments of, not gonna mention Dictator Dan, cry laugh emoji, what a Labour shill. Oh, you wanna go through the stats? No, wanna be smug and leave a dislike. Well, everyone else, you're just gonna have to press the like button, aren't you, to cancel out those awful, awful people. And subscribe as well, so that you may hear yet again, man, you know who sucks? Scott Morrison. Also, I want to sell you t-shirts for the rest of my life. Language right available at friendlyjordies.com. Now, if you want to argue the lockdown killed more people than it saved because of those that lost their job, and I'm basing that off of nothing. They couldn't even go to the Japanese suicide forest because the airports were closed. Fine, but if you base it off of something, those nations that went into quick, harsh lockdowns fared better than those that didn't. Not just in deaths, but economically. And if you really care about jobs, you wait until we get to the federal government's figures. You will not change your mind because you think you're right. But 3/4, that is 3 in every 4 deaths. 74% of all COVID-related deaths, indisputably, no 2 ways about it, federal government's fault. 74%. That is a kill rate that most professional Korean gamers would kill for. Fed libs are in charge of nursing homes, and it turns out, very surprising for the libs, they didn't have a plan to help the most vulnerable members of society out, i.e. the elderly. But they did have a plan to make it look like they had a plan to help the elderly. I think it actually would have been less effort if they just helped the elderly. And if anyone in the Australian community should be looked after by this government, it's the elderly. Scott Morrison owes his prime ministership to those whose favourite show is Australia's Funniest Home Videos, and yet he told even his own voter base that they can literally go die for all he cares. They spent months trying to shift the blame to the states, but no, there it is, black and white. The title of the Royal Commission's interim report, set up to probe into this massive government failure. One word, truly extraordinary for a Royal Commission: neglect.
Dude, this thing is so good, it's crazy.
It would be less damning. And what if the word was anus? Wouldn't that be f***ing funny, bros? Anyway, the Department of Health then said, fine, Plan B, or should I say Plan G, as they released a mysterious 7th edition of the updated National COVID-19 Aged Care Plan. And what's so mysterious about this 7th edition is that editions 1 to 6 don't exist. Who says death isn't funny? They've turned it into a sitcom. Electing the Liberals is like putting George Costanza in charge of the country. Look, Greg Hunt, Minister for Health and Aged Care, it's George Costanza at the Yankees. Check out the back of Scott Morrison's head. It's George Costanza's boss in like season 15 because some of his hair's falling out. And Josh Frydenberg, Jerry Seinfeld if he was a Borg. Everything always just works out for me. You can't get a more concrete statement than 7th edition of the updated National COVID-19 Aged Care Plan, that the libs value taking your money to twiddle their thumbs over your nan's life, and the lengths that they went to prove that easily rival that of your grandpappy's efforts to defend this country. And thus, they deserve their own day of memorial. Right after Anzac Day, the shirking Anzacs Day. Hope you forget. And with that, let us also forget about the COVID deaths, because what really matters is the economy. That is, after all, what the Liberals say is most important, after, of course, shots with sleeves rolled up. But if you want to look at numbers, when Labor was in, best economic managers on earth. Liberals, 32nd. I can't make it any clearer than that. Labor up here, Liberals down there. Rudd was the Roger Federer of stimuluses. Morrison was the Leighton Hewitt. I always hear as the counter-argument, no, China got us out of the GFC. Rudd had nothing to do with it. He fluked being number one. You know, just how Michael Jordan fluked being number one. It was a stupid narrative invented in the Australian for stupid Australians. Other mineral-rich nations in Africa, South America, North America, which China also bought resources from, also avoided the recession. And, oh, wait, actually, I don't even need to do that. Quote Charlie XCX, boom. Not mining boom, just boom. Still by the China narrative? Because this long list of experts, everyone from the IMF to Nobel Prize-winning economists to Trump, think Rudd stimulus was the best designed stimulus in the world. But I'm sure you know better, stanky mangoes. The other argument I hear is in the world. But I'm sure you know better, stanky mangoes. The other argument I hear from similar avatars, such as Stanky Tangos, is that we're number one because all the other countries weren't doing good, but now they're doing good, so we're not doing good. What? You're admitting Scott Morrison sucks by saying that, you stupid c***. That means Scott Morrison is so bad that even when he was given a head start, he still lags. You know why the other countries are doing well now?
What's up?
Are you at work?
No.
Where are you?
I'm at home.
What do you do?
I'm working, kind of.
I just want to talk to you. Miss you.
Okay, well, I'm gonna see you soon anyways.
I know, but I'm gonna take a nap. I just want to talk to you for like 5 minutes.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
You had to think about it. Doctor said you can't eat my low snacks, so joke's on you.
I'm gonna.
But what if I die?
Yeah, good point. Ooh, I got access to the GPT-4 API. Holy shit. Holy shit. Boys, it's happening. Oh, shit. I got access to GPT-4.
Oh, did you get my text from last night?
Yeah. Nice. How easy is it, right? It's like so fucking easy.
Yeah, because I really, really, really didn't want to write why I wanted to volunteer at this women's shelter.
Because I love women.
It was, but then I had a dream where you wrote, where we got married and you wrote your vows. That's gonna be a book.
Oh man, by then I'm gonna be so mentally handicapped that like it might not even be possible. Okay, I gotta help Alex with something. He's texting me. I'll call you after.
You sure? I miss you. I want to kiss you.
Yes, I will call you after.
Bye.
All right, love you. Bye.
You too.
I forgot to paste the code in, guys. Discord is the only people that have streamer mode. It really boils down to just being creative. That's wild. That's wild.
Let's see if this works. This should just work. And let's comment this out. Num frames, let's make it 30. What 5? What anim 2? Damn it. Arm. See, that just breaks everything. Okay, so, gangsta. Oop. Gangsta. See what these things look like. What these things look like. Yo, hold on. This is what I wanted to run.
How? Because they copied exactly what Rudd did. They, as the Treasury Secretary at the time famously stated, went hard, went early, went houses. Scott Morrison, as Kevin Rudd so cheekily rephrased it, went half measures, went late, and went to Hillsong. That's why they're doing better now. Because they basically have Kevin Rudd, except instead of being able to speak Mandarin, he can speak French. Want to know the nitty-gritty of how we fell 31 places? The answer will infuriate you. But don't worry, you'll forget about it in like 10 minutes, and the cosmic ballet will go on. We'll start with JobKeeper and JobSeeker. 4 weeks, Labor and the unions were saying you need to set up income support for when you'll inevitably have to lock the country down, otherwise the economy will tank, and the Liberals were saying, no, we will not look at the UK-style system because in an Australian context, that just wouldn't work. Then, as soon as business lobby said, no, actually the unions have it right, we are going to look at the UK-style system because in an Australian context, it would totally work. They then got former Labor Minister Greg Combay to design the income support system because they're not a government, they're corporate consultants pretending to be a government, and so they went to the corporations that owned them and said, I think we should hire an actual government for this one. Great idea, Scott. That's what I'm here for, ideas. That and these parliamentary towels they hand out at the gym. Look, they're just giving them away. The Libs were handed the plan, and because remember, they're consultants. I did just tell you that 5 seconds ago, but just to remind any... It then got filtered through those same business lobbies because for a second there, it looked like the Liberals were actually going to do something in the public interest for once. But this highlights the first major difference in governing styles between Kevin Rudd and Scott Morrison. Kevin Rudd made a stimulus package designed to get the economy moving again. Scott Morrison is a... If you want to keep the economy churning during a crunch, you need lots of money pumped into it. Again, this is the key word, quickly. Each second you wait in a credit crunch is another real estate agent using their real estate license to light up a 40-gallon drum. 100 more of those, proudly sold by stickers. No, you throw in some of your under contract stickers. I need some for keepsake. The best way of accomplishing that...
Bro, for real though, this is like sick. What a cool way to code. Write the whole script. Oh, nice. Cool. Okay, now what I want to do is Oh, no fucking way? What?
That is by doing exactly what Rudd did, which is you pump out $1,000 stimulus checks to everyone in the country, you get on national television and you say, listen here, simps, go out and buy a plasma. Yeah, it's 2008 and the word simp doesn't exist yet, but that's how forward-thinking I am. Look at the face on Miles a little closer. Knock, knock, who's there? Surprise, dickhead.
What's up?
Nothing.
Alright, this is just not gonna work. Okay, whatever.
Huh?
Nothing.
You have to work?
No.
Oh. I forgot what I was gonna say to you before.
This thing is so smart, it's just ridiculous.
Tell me something nice about
You're just great. Don't make it a function, make it a script. No, and don't. Oh my god.
Oh, I added songs to our playlist. You have to add them when we get to the car.
Nice.
I realized if you add 5 more hours worth of songs, we'll be even. Mostly. Anyway, I'm gonna watch my documentary and take a nappy.
What documentary?
It's a 48 hours documentary. I love watching them. Just crime documentaries. This one, I think, is about the murder of this woman's lover, but it's, you know, they haven't gotten to the details yet, so I don't really know what's happening. Okay, love you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Love you.
Love you too. Yes.
I just feel really baby. I want a kissy.
Can you just do it? Ugh. Stupid GPT. I gotta switch my API over to 4. That's what I'm doing wrong. 4 is obviously gonna be better than 3.
Uh-huh. Are you making your content for your YouTube?
Yeah, so I had it generate a thumbnail.
Nice.
Now I'm having it generate some like cool visuals. But basically it's just like a totally different way to code. Like the barrier to entry for coding is just so low now because you just ask it things and
did you end up writing that thing you had to write?
not yet.
Just have ChatGPT do it.
I know.
Okay. Love you, bye.
Bye, love you. Guys, why the fuck is it using FFmpeg? Bruv, you're not doing it right. Okay, alright. Oh, that could be cool. Let's try that. The fuck? Video IO actually sucks working with videos and bruh. Alright, let's just do this.
All right, let's see if we can switch to. Let's see if we can switch to 4. Check my email. Whoa. Ooh, let's try it. Is it slower? Nice, bro, nice, yo. I'm a fucking legend. Oh my god. Cool. I want to, it's slower for sure. What's more helpful information I could give it than just the undefined variable area? I gotta do something at some point. We gotta leave. At 7. Fuck, I hate this shit. Come on. Oh, it hallucinates like way more. There's no way this is a thing. Yeah. Wait, what? Is this enough? I mean, I feel like that's pretty explanatory. Looking for somebody to poop. Dude, it's slower and it does feel like it's doing more like crazy things. Bruh. That is not what I wanted. Okay, fine. Can y'all motherfuckers please get on this?
Hey, it's me again. What was the Liberals' response? Well, it needs that classic fat man trombone music for how slow it was. Here you go. As the party that hates red tape, they created one of the largest and most pointless layers of private-public red tape in Australian history. They gave out $750 checks, not to the employee, the employer, who had to apply, and were at least a month late, and for most it was much longer. You might be asking why, and I'm trying to get to that, so shut the f*** up. That was the government's response. This was the so-called Independent Reserve Bank's response, whose governor is appointed by... Made a move that was just too coincidental when you zoom out and look at the big picture, and that was major banks, you know, the same outfits the Liberals flogged with wet lettuce after the Banking Commission to punish them for their sins of ripping off hundreds of thousands of Australians and exposing the wider economy to the same practices that caused the global financial crisis. Well, ScoMo, hard worker that he is, the last thing you think when you look at him is beanbag. After voting against the Banking Commission 26 times, he finally saw the light. And for their sins, the banks were to endure the humiliating punishment of printing as much money as they like. That was their penance. Liberals really living up to the reputation of being tough on crime. Must have got the idea from Hell Lab's ironic punishment division. So,
this is exactly what I wanted.
Yay? Well, have all the money in the world! I don't understand it. The US economy tanked in 15 minutes. They allowed 8% of the GDP to be invented out of thin air. Poof, presto, changeo, 90 billion exists now. That went to the big banks who, wink, were to help out struggling people with their mortgages and business loans. At least that's the excuse they sold to the, well, not public, because no one cares what the Reserve Bank does. It's not as interesting as holy moly! Close second, though. This is what it looks like inside the Reserve Bank. Oh, yeah, I forgot about that guy. So that's what happened to Joe Hockey. But if anyone bothered to look into it, which I think was just Michael West and maybe one guy with glasses that they cut to on Q&A that never says anything, just looks pensive. But the reality was that they job-keeped quantitative easing.
Beautiful.
They allowed the banks
quantitative easing.
GDP, how they saw fit, no strings attached. Well, couldn't have gone to a
beautiful
more honest bunch, unless, of course, they included that friend who's a rat in YOLO, which was filmed years ago. So maybe he actually is the head of ANZ now.
Nice.
And before we tie this all up, let's all appreciate just how much the Liberals will do for their true constituents, the ASX 100. The so-called party of small business deliberately starved small businesses of money, and that was not manslaughter, by the way, that was murder. They obviously knew small businesses did not have the savings to pay their staff to do nothing for a month. Big business did. Companies like Ernst & Young, Westpac, high-end fashion stores like Lowe's. By comparison, Ahab's Fijian corner store is that little model fort of Minas Tirith they use in Lord of the Rings. It's charming, but it wouldn't be much use unless the invading army was a bunch of quail Vikings. For the birdseed! Look at this. 10% instantly paused trading. It's looking like 8% of small businesses will be permanently killed. There's no way that would naturally be occurring. They wanted those businesses to go belly up. Honestly, what is it with the Liberals and wanting things to go belly up? Then after all those small businesses died, hey, JobKeeper just kicked in. What a coincidence. Sorry we're a bit late. Saved a bit of money though with all the people that should have been on JobKeeper now on JobSeeker, am I right? You going to police JobKeeper? No. Michael West, aka Highbrow Current Affair, has caught out 40% of the ASX 300 claiming JobKeeper. I'm proud of that call, by the way, Westy. I really think that you should make your slogan Michael West Media. Classy, a current affair. You could be car for short. What have you got to say for yourself, Mr. Mervac? No response? Typical. So thanks to the Liberals' deliberate under-policing of this purposefully delayed cash flash, some of the most profitable companies in the country who needed JobKeeper like Slash needs new guitars had the biggest expense to a company, which is Labor, brought down to $0 thanks to you, the taxpayer, during a crisis. Who says the Liberals are tough on welfare, am I right? Because I personally think they're not tough on welfare. Ooh, no wonder the press thinks I'm, quote, controversial. You combine that with the fact they gave the banks permission to dole out large, unbelievably cheap loans, which they obviously wanted to give out to people they knew would be able to pay it back. So, your neighbour, Mr. Multiplex. So if you're one of the largest corporations in the country who's just had their profits bolstered thanks to the nation going into $1 trillion of debt so you can pay your staff, and you were given access to unlimited cheap loans, and your smaller competition is lying on the ground like a bunch of cockroaches doing that sad little twitching legs in the air dance thanks to Mr. Moratine here, what do?
All right, let's make some puffs.
The Liberals used the biggest health and economic crisis in living memory as a Trojan horse to dole out nearly $1 trillion that we don't have to their donors just so they could expand their already impregnable market dominance even further. Almost every metric we have of measuring the economy during COVID, down, except corporate profits. They made sure those were high. Higher than they were in 2018 when there was no crisis. Which Liberal voters would say, well, it would have been worse under Labor. Okay. Starting to know how Greek grandmas feel when they say, you're killing me. Look at the stats. Labor took the economy to the world-class St. Rudd's Institute of Mercy where it got the best doctors on earth tending to its wounds, while the Liberals took it to Hostel and jammed their finger right in the wound, twisting it around. Yeah, you like that, Australia? Nah? Well, Twisties likes the twisting, tough Twisties. Meanwhile, Labor was asking the Libs for months, hey, while you're playing whack-a-mole with small businesses, what happens to the people who'll have no income for, 3 to 4 months? Get ready for this. This is insane. Oh, don't worry, Albo. We'll let them ransack their superannuation. Yeah, the real Canberra Raiders. Talk about fucked. Paul Keating is constantly railing against the Liberals' malicious attacks against probably his most important contribution to Australian society, and that's saying a lot because he did come up with the nickname for Peter Costello, the Talking Knee. But superannuation? What a beautiful concept. If it worked the way that he set it up, which was to take 12 to 15% of a worker's income, using the power of what Einstein supposedly said, the most powerful force in the universe is compound interest. And the second most powerful force in the universe is PewDiePie's G Fuel. The point is, Keating Super would have solved what will happen when Australia inevitably falls off the population cliff and becomes a giant, understaffed nursing home, which I think, due to the Liberals' current neglect of nursing homes, they're just testing how far they can push old people and still get their vote. I reckon it's infinite. I reckon they could make nursing homes the 7th layer of hell, permanently chewed on by Robert Menzies himself, and Martha will still be saying, out the side of his mouth, well, it'll be worse under Labor. Ever since superannuation was created, the Liberals have been doing very c***y things to undermine it. But allowing people to take 20 grand out during COVID just so they could strangle small business.
You won't be needing this.
They made the poorest people in the country, because that's who was taking their super out. It certainly wasn't hedge fund managers saying, tough times indeed. better mess around with one of my best personal investments to put food on the table. The poor paid the lion's share of the first stimulus. 32 billion from People's Super, 30 billion from the government, which the poor are also paying for through their taxes, which is the exact opposite of what should happen during a crunch. You should be giving the poor money because they're the ones that are going to see the Harvey Norman ads with their $1,000 checks in hand. New Lazy Boy recliner seat, only $999. Me, we'd have change left over. I did a very rough estimate of how much that'll cost this nation, and I was assuming, just to be generous, as Lord knows Scott Morrison needs it. He's very testy at the moment. He hasn't been on holiday in 2 months. Let's say the average person withdrawing 20 grand was actually a lot older than they would have been, because I don't have the exact figure, so 30 to 35. The age you convince yourself that the life you are aiming for is the life you have. You know how much that would cost this country come retirement age? $877 billion. Brace yourselves, guys. Another controversial statement from, quote, controversial Labour-aligned comedian coming at you fast, but that's a lot of money. It actually means, seeing as a lot of the people withdrawing were in their 20s, that the Liberals in all likelihood have cost this nation's poor well over $1 trillion. Just so Glencore can write a letter to their shareholders that says, this line went up for 3 months. How nasty can you get? Your stepmum is less nasty. Think about how much money these cost the nation. $1 trillion from super. Probably trillions more from not increasing super to the percentage Keating had envisioned. If it was up to Labor, our mines would have been nationalised, meaning we would have gotten all the wealth from the mining boom. So that's another $1 trillion that was siphoned off to foreign multinationals thanks to the Libs. Trillions more that they're doing everything they can to quash in green tech, see Ross Garnaut's superpower, and those are just a few examples. And we're already conservatively up to $4 trillion poorer. This doesn't include the hundreds of billions they squander in indefensible middle-class voter bribery doled out like it's soup for the homeless. Please, sir, I want some more floors. Floors? You want floors? All right, but you can only have 2 more. The latest example is Home Builder, which, as class act economist Emma Dawson wrote about it, if you set out to design a fiscal stimulus measure that would fail to meet any objective economic criteria, you couldn't do much better than this. They did do better, by the way. She gave them too little credit. Labor's counter-offer was, how about instead we spend tax money on something other than buying folk? You're crazy, Albo. No, hear me out. Let's use the money to build public housing. That's right. Instead of Home Builder, POV Home Builder. POV homes for POV. Unlike Home Builder that did nothing to stimulate the economy, it was supposed to generate 140,000 jobs. The same amount the Liberals destroyed by privatising TAFEs. There you go, there's something I can guarantee you'll never be brought up in public trivia unless Tony Burke starts a night called Burko's Catchphrase. And even then, due to his love of music, it'd probably be mostly questions about the soprano sax, of which I have many, including, is it a sax or is it a hilarious-looking clarinet? And has anyone except this one man in this one Sting video clip ever played one? Home Builder didn't even create 10,000 jobs because the tradies that applied for it never all he did. After a month of it being activated, about 250 applications were processed. So I'm guessing all of them were just staffers for Scott Morrison. Who else knew about it? Me. That's it. I was keeping an eye on it thinking, I would apply for this if I could, but I can't, so... Labor's plan would have caused a construction boom. It did. It was the same plan from the GFC. All the money would be going to repairs and new home builds of places that tradies don't own. Well, I mean, we all own public homes, don't we? One day I'm going to walk into one and drink their flat Coke right out of the fridge. What are you f***ing doing, mate? Collecting my dividends! Good investment. It had a proven track stimulating the economy, and if we learn anything from Housos, it also would have produced hilarious results. I'm pretty sure Jabba actually needs housing commission these days, and I don't want him out on the streets. That guy was on Channel V. That should have been Labor's slogan to sell their policy. Jabba needs a hut. Anyway, now that we've addressed the Liberals, as per usual, bending over not just themselves backwards, the nation in order to assist banks, property developers, and the Business Council. Business Council. Who says the Liberals don't like unions? That's all their donor base is covered, isn't it? Actually, am I missing anyone? No, I don't think I am. Good night, everyone. Sign up to Patreon.
Please share and...
Oh, back with a vengeance, boys. Like the video and press the notification bell if you were duped. You thought I forgot about the fossil fuel industry, didn't you? Well, I didn't, so you're just going to have to sit around and not get Charlie's charcoal chicken for a couple of minutes longer, all right? Actually, the fact that Charlie's charcoal chicken has the word coal in it reminded me of the fossil fuel industry. Good on you, Charlie. I deserve respect for slightly more reasons than merely the fact that I'm a chicken that owns a top hat. The Liberals, how surprising is this for the worst performers on climate change in the developed world, wanted a gas-led recovery. That's what they pitched. Now to link back to Emma's claim, here is the real bottom of the barrel. You could not, if you tried, design a worse recovery program than a gas-led recovery. Emu farms, time zone shares, government-funded Acon tour. I'm telling you now, an Acon-led recovery, in fact, scratch that, a Chumbawamba-led recovery would have been better. They at least understand the basic economics of play, that if you get knocked down, you're supposed to get back up again. You put $1 million into basically any industry, on average, you're going to create 3.4 jobs. Put $1 million into gas, chop the 3 clean off, 0.4 jobs. This is how much better renewables are, 10 times as many jobs. According to ACF, a green-led recovery would have created 1 million jobs. 1 million. To put that in perspective, that is like one street in Beijing, all with jobs. As a result, Labor and the GFC made Australia one of the top 10 best places to invest in renewables in the world. Renewables are better for the economy overall, as once they're installed, they permanently bring down energy prices by as much as 70%. As to quote,
this package just does not get enough love. Like,
it's free.
To say it's at version 1 is like total bogue.
Look, I just think it can still beat T-Series, all right? How you doing, fellow kids? One day I'm going to do an entire stand-up show about how much Australia stands to profit from becoming a green economy. But how Hollywood exec is this? Short answer, trillions. As opposed to what we stand to gain from a gas-led recovery, which is nothing. Gas is extracted by massive multinational companies. They're some of the biggest tax evaders there are, and the Liberals allowed them to start selling all the gas in the eastern states internationally, which quadrupled the price here, which is infinitely more expensive than something which is produced for free! Because as PewDiePie clearly points out, the game is available for free, and that's a great price. I'm sorry, there's just too much wisdom in his ads. It's the Dada Ching of our times, the shilling of whatever the that game is called. I'm betting my entire life, though, that it's just data mining for the Swedish monarchy. Then again, Scott Morrison also has his own wisdom. He also said something very profound, which is that whoever's in charge for the next 5 years will determine the direction of Australia for a generation. In other words, if he wins the next election and is able to force Australia's energy transition from coal to gas instead of coal to renewables, that infrastructure will be locked in for a generation. Hundreds of billions of dollars spent on the worst economic decision you could possibly make, which will have ongoing ricochet damage as it deprives Australia of hundreds of billions of dollars in growth that a renewable-led recovery would have produced. So I don't know about you, but I'm starting to think that the COVID Recovery Commission Morrison set up and filled with gas execs, who then turned around and said, "You want my advice? I think you should go with gas," might have had intentions in recommending gas that weren't exactly pure. You're starting to see the pattern? Labor created a stimulus that worked for the country. The Liberals created a stimulus that worked for their donors. ScoMo, or as Albert likes to call him, Promo. After all, he was a f***ing marketer, which to this day I find to be the most disturbing fact about a Prime Minister, apart from maybe the thought that Harold Holder's probably in North Korea as we speak, currently asking, "Oh, but I missed the Graham Kennedy show tonight." Again.
Dude, WebM is so sick, man.
Well, you don't know what I know. If Scott Morrison wasn't such a brilliant marketer, JobKeeper would have been called Market Share Booster, Home Builder, Housing Bubble Inflator, handing like 90 billion over to banks. Shut the f*** up. And the gas-led recovery would have been called the gas-led recovery. Really dropped the ball on that one. Anyway, that is why this number is...
Dude, how did Bing steal it?
Is all the way down there. When Labor was in charge of handling a crisis, Australia was ranked 8th, maybe 9th at worst at job creation in the world. You know where we're ranked under Mr. Smee from Peter Pan? 92nd. The most amount of jobs over any 9-month period that were shed during the GFC, 23,250. Most kids in year 10 have more followers on TikTok than people who lost their job during the GFC thanks to Kevin Rudd. In fact, I bet there's more people than 23,250 right now who are being hit over the head with a coconut. And I'm going to do my bit right now to add to the number. Ah! Oh.
Jesus. That actually hurt. No, yeah, of course.
course it f***ing did. It's a coconut. Seriously?
Like in the cartoons, it wouldn't.
I wasn't.
Well, I think that this is a more than accurate time to shill Patreon. Sign up to Patreon today with Friendly Geordies for more hilarious bits like the coconut hit over the head. Your money keeps us in business.
That wasn't even in the script.
It's just there. It was just there. And if you don't sign up to Patreon, we won't have money for coconuts. That teeny job loss blip was corrected just 2 months later under Labor, but you can bet your vagina there isn't going to be a correction under the libs. Just chuck the word vagina in there so everyone's ears pricked up. What about vaginas? Nothing. Keep paying attention to something even more interesting. Historical employment figures. Brazzers. Under the Liberals, we did not see 23,250 jobs shed over a 9-month period. We did not see 50,000 or 100,000 or even 200,000. We saw close to 400,000 jobs lost. 23,000 versus 400,000. Just as bad as each other, am I right? Now, Tara Cash wearers will rightfully point out, well, COVID's had a bigger impact on the global economy than the GFC, and we were doing better because of all the other countries that were doing worse. Look at the numbers. They don't lie. Other countries are performing better than they did in the GFC because this time they used Papa Rudd's old-style secret stimulus sauce while we use Uncle ScoMo's crack curry select. Rudd's original stimulus was about 4.69% of the GDP, while Scott, being the human equivalent of home brand, went, I don't have the recipe on me. I'll give you the recipe, Scott. No, I don't need it from you. That's fine. I'll just improvise. 1% of the GDP, that'll do. Sure did. Negative growth of 6.3% annually. The worst figures on record because recession is a dish best served cold. During the GFC, those other countries weren't using Rudd's stimulus plan, as how could they? They didn't have insights into Kevin Rudd's mind, as Rove Live's Kevin Rudd PM didn't air in Luxembourg. But during COVID, they had the recipe. And look at those numbers. New Zealand suffered a disastrous setback in June of 12.2% negative GDP growth. It then bounced back in September with positive 14%. Ireland went backwards 3.2% in June, recovered with a thumping 11.1% growth in September. Australia, worst numbers of any recession that Australia's ever endured since records of recessions began. Not that we weren't in a recession before, by the way. Australia's been in a per capita recession since 2018, when economic conditions were perfect, and the only other countries on Earth that
I'm spending
were
a
in recession
fortune.
were like Jamaica and Trinidad Tobago. So come on, party of strong economic management, they're literally as good as stoners. Out of all of the shenanigans that the Liberals get up to, the myth that they're better economic managers is the one that makes me understand how Ren felt when Stimpy messed with his collection of deadly viruses, which does make me question my social skills, as it took that for me to say, Ren's angry. Such an entrenched, century-long lie that only exists because of the complacency of the completely corrupt press that inflames it at every opportunity they can to tar factually the best economic managers on Earth, while, how criminal is this, pretending that the best economic managers are a party that is down there with not even banana republics, dreadlock republics. Debt, not that it matters, this is another lie the press keeps stoking into the public's consciousness like it's the verbal equivalent of lead poisoning, but one more time, it doesn't matter if you have debt. What matters is what you spend the debt on. And Rudd spent it on green technology that has led to Australia being run by 50% renewables no matter what the Liberals do to sabotage it. Again,
Oh, that's
Labor
cool.
being in power for those 5 years to find the generation because they spent it on public housing, the biggest infrastructure spend since World War II, that has single-handedly kept us in growth despite the appalling economic management of the Liberals. And just a minor footnote, just for those playing at home, they also completely avoided the global financial crisis. Cost? 11.8% of the GDP. That's hundreds of thousands of people kept in work, another decade of uninterrupted growth. Bargain. Anyone who says that that was because of Howard, you really should see my stand-up show, available at friendlygeordies.com. It's just this, but less relevant because I'm bitching about things that happened in the 90s. So purchase it today, the show that should have been called Friendly Geordies Presents Nostalgic Whining.
Oh, fuck, I lost my place. I think he was at the end. Alright, motherfuckers, let's see what's up with this bullshit. Almost done. Nice.
You know, I never saw the downside of being cancelled. All it ever meant to me was a bunch of self-hating loners tweeting,
I thought it was a
"Never
270.
watching this ass clown again!" Oh no. The exact same threat as a 6-year-old. I'm never talking to you again! However, will I sleep at night with the knowledge that some chick with a mullet, because mullets weren't enough when guys had them in the 80s, isn't watching me. As you can see, being cancelled is like spraying salt on all the leeches in your life as they curdle away pathetically gargling. Yikes!
Okay, so now what I want to do is I want to create an effect where I do the same thing as... I guess I closed it. This isn't going up, right? Come on. Let's get back to where we started. Nice. What is the output? Yeah. That's goofy as fuck with the random walk. But I like it. It's not smooth enough. It's jumping too fast. It needs to jump like with the frame rate. Did I really make the blarg? Whatever. Okay, now we want to do this masking thing. Okay, and then where was the WebM thing? It's kind of cool, actually.
Scum of Instagram with their barest of public profiles, Abby Chatfield, Clementine Ford.
Hello world. This ChatGPT scam wants to hack you. 3 US government agencies have been hacked in the last 2 weeks, and MySignal could be banned in the UK. That's all coming up in today's roundup of cybersecurity tech news. ChatGPT is the fastest growing consumer application in history, reaching 100 million monthly active users in just 2 months. But with the service often unavailable thanks to the insane levels of demand and the recent introduction of a paid option, bad actors are pouncing on the opportunity to make some money of their own. Facebook is being flooded with ads for fake ChatGPT services, and it was actually my girlfriend who stumbled across this particular one. When she told me she'd just seen a ChatGPT ad on Facebook, something just didn't seem right. Why would a service that's been receiving so much free publicity be running Facebook ads? The post promises access to pre-made ChatGPT accounts, which they literally paste usernames and passwords for. This goes beyond suspicious, even for a scam, and just seems strange. Free $50 OpenAI credits, they say, before their diabolical sales pitch that just doesn't make any sense. GPT Chat Tool is an emerging star in the technology village in general. Like I say, doesn't make any sense. Ironically, these bad actors should have taken up their own advice and had ChatGPT write this down for them. Maybe then they would have ended up with something at least slightly intelligible. The ad has an accompanying video, which links to gptaichats.com. However, that domain has been flagged as malicious, so in their post, the bad actors point to a different domain instead. If you head over to their site, you'll find it's pretty much a carbon copy of the genuine OpenAI website. The main difference being that instead of a try ChatGPT button that you'd see on the genuine site, we have a download button. This gives us a setup.exe that's over 300 megabytes in size. However, if we run this through Hexdump, we can clearly see that the vast majority of this file is just the same bytes repeated over and over, artificially increasing the size of the executable to make it seem more legit. In reality, what promises to be a locally running version of ChatGPT is instead the nasty info-stealing Trojan, Lumarstealer, which itself is only a couple hundred kilobytes in size. Primarily sold on hacking forums, Lumarstealer will exfiltrate crypto wallets and credentials saved in your browser. This whole campaign has been documented by researchers at Cyber, who also found that Android apps impersonating ChatGPT had made their way into the Play Store. These apps secretly subscribe you to premium SMS services, siphoning off your money in the background. Luckily, those apps have since been deleted, though the Facebook campaign is ongoing. When I first stumbled across it, there were a load of comments ripping the scam apart.
Dude, these scams are hilarious. I mean, they're not hilarious, but like... Ooh, Luxor. Let's see. Mm-mm. That didn't look right. Okay, well, let's then do mask again with... And then what was the web still so but I feel like that's not like Let's try that. That was fast before, so that's kind of lame. But it's gonna be worth it. Whoa, they're still doing stuff? Everybody DJs. It's actually lame that I never DJ'd. Ugh, this resize thing is gonna be bullshit. Alright, let's see what this guy said.
GPT-4 versus GPT 3.5. In today's video, we'll explore the capabilities of GPT-4.
See, these videos, dude, everyone's doing these type of videos. I don't... Dude, nobody knows. Oh, this guy actually works. Bro, can we get this over with? Alright, that was bad. Wait. Oh. Presumably we're gonna get a nice, like, yeah, dude, that's looking crisp, actually. That's sick. Nice. Nice. Look at how crisp that looks. Okay, all right. I think I'm gonna do another animation of where am I writing these to? I mean, this looks pretty good. I just need to fix this stupid random walk nonsense. Bro, viewership is shit right now. What's some like trippy? That's cool. I think it's gonna like switch. That's gonna be lame. Yeah, whatever. What can you do? It's like a fly buzzing around. It's so annoying. Look at how smooth it is, and it just fucking. Ugh. Oh well. FFmpeg is just beautiful. Okay. Now I want to write a new script that takes in a video. So what am I imagining? I'm imagining that, like, you chop up, create n pixel slices, start with 100, n pixel vertical, and start to rotate them, or rotate's not a good word, shift them up and down by an increasing amount each frame. Alright, let me read this thing that I actually have to do, because otherwise I'm just gonna fucking stress about it. Okay. Fine, and I'll do the other thing on Sunday. Fuck it. Yeah, Mark definitely found that. Yeah, he sent me a actually schizophrenic message. Whatever. That's a pretty good... Oh, sorry. Sorry, guys. Sorry. Hey. Sorry. Dude, nobody watching. Come on, we made this. Which, this stupid random walk thing, I'm not waiting around for that shit anymore. Loop translate. Let's see what happens. Okay, loop. We're gonna do radio. Nice. Okay. Bro. Okay. Yeah. Cool. Loop. And M3. Okay. Oh yeah, let's do that. And my favorite flag. Where's loop.mp4 here? Okay. Great. Now we want to edit the script and loop translate vertical 100 pixel vertical segments of the initial image, but at different rates. The vertical segments furthest from the center should move the fastest, and the that's good. I need to keep watching my usage because I imagine that. Boom. Shit's expensive. What the fuck?
Alright, I'm officially adding BMW to my list of car companies that are doing a pretty good job of electrifying their lineups. BMW's had their i3, of course, for a while. i8, their hybrid's been around, but now the i4, the i7, and this is the iX, their crossover SUV. Its biggest sin is just being ugly. I promise. That's the worst thing about this car. It is expensive too. It's $85,000, so that's where you start to get into the luxury price range and you really start to think about what exactly am I paying for here? But as far as fundamentals, oh wow, there's a lot of angles of this that look not amazing. But
the Fixated Persons Investigation Unit will focus on the detection, intervention, and prevention of lone actor and fixated person threats across the state. The unit will proactively identify people who may be vulnerable to rapid radicalization or commit grievance-fueled attacks and disrupt their ability to engage in violence. That's the charter of one of the most secretive state-based police units in Australia, the New South Wales Police Fixated Persons Investigation Unit. So secretive, in fact, that the only reason we have the charter is because New South Wales Parliament voted unanimously to release all documents pertaining to the botched arrest and prosecution of my producer Christo and the targeting of me and the operation of Friendly Geordies by the unit. If you need a refresher of what's gone down so far, here's a playlist. We have those documents now, and once you get over the absurdity of the fact that a terror intelligence unit was assessing how dangerous the content on this channel was, yes, that's something that is in those documents. You can start to piece together a timeline that demonstrates not just the maliciousness and politicization of the unit in targeting Friendly Geordies, but the existential crisis the unit must have been in to bring it to that point. As the charter clearly states, the Fixated Persons Unit is there to stop violence. Yet as senior police have stated, and internal police assessments have clearly concluded, Friendly Geordies has never posed a threat of violence. So why did the terror police stray beyond the confines of their charter and spend most likely millions of taxpayer dollars setting up a dedicated strike force to go after me? Yes, that's another thing those documents reveal. Dude. A strike force to go after a YouTube channel. Strike Force Wyargin. That's a question no one seems to be able to answer. Not the ex-police commissioner, not the current police commissioner, not even the ex-police minister, not even the ex-deputy premier. Which is strange, because if there was nothing untoward about it, you'd think someone would be more than happy to take the credit for this police operation, as usually politicians and cops are scrambling over one another to get to the podium first to announce that they got an arrest. The documents released by Parliament don't completely reveal the genesis of Strike Force Wyargin, but they do give us a lot of clues. This video is an attempt to take you along with us while we examine those clues. And I would have gotten away with it too if it weren't for you meddling Standing Order 52 parliamentary call for papers. So let's begin. We have emails that reveal in mid-September of 2020, a day or two after the Bruz video was put out, that the Deputy Premier's
All right, let's have
office
it also
was
make some
demanding the police
music.
conduct a bug sweep of his holiday house. This is an email from the Department of Premier and Cabinet Security Unit to New South Wales Police. There's going to be a lot of reading in this video, not many written jokes, because the documents are the jokes. They write themselves. What do you expect from a comedian anyway, huh? To write all his material? Welcome to showbiz, baby. But, if this is anyone other than the Department of Premier and Cabinet Security Unit, you're stealing my bit. Separately, the Deputy Premier's office is seeking advice on completing a TSCM, Technical Surveillance Countermeasure, sweep of the property where the video was filmed. This isn't the primary residence. The satirical nature of the
We're gonna just see how much creative shit we can do with ChatGPT. And I don't know why I hadn't done this before, but we're just gonna do
the video has been broadcast.
fun stuff.
They also suggest that the individual isn't required to carry out these type of activities. I haven't seen a floor plan, but would suggest a TSCM sweep would be in the vicinity of 10 to 12K. So Barilaro's office wanted the taxpayer to fork out $10,000 to $12,000 for a bug sweep of the Deputy Premier's Airbnb side hustle
just mirrors this
house.
kind of like a hexagon,
And
but
I'd already
like
paid thousands to
swastika.
stay in that house. Put aside the delusional
sus.
level of entitlement there. If you're worried about your Airbnb being bugged as the Deputy Premier, probably not going to be a comedian bugging it, is it? Let's be honest. You probably shouldn't have a side hustle Airbnb to begin with. Around the same time, seemingly at the department's request, the Police Terrorism Intelligence Unit completed an assessment of Friendly Geordies. What a bizarre sentence. Anyway, they sent in an email with the following. The actions of Mr. Shanks are lacking in maliciousness and ill intent at this time, with nothing to suggest the activities of Shanks were done for anything beyond journalistic reasons at this time. Not unlike the chaser or paparazzi photographers who often operate just within the confines of the law, I'm unable to advise you on the necessity of conducting
Bro, why doesn't this work?
However, in my opinion, unless it was a primary residence that was lettered out on this one occasion, it is difficult to see the need. given it is an Airbnb open to the public to book and stay in. There are currently no adverse holdings across New South Wales police systems indicating any actual or perceived threat posed by Shanks to Barilaro at this time. So there you have emails from Berejiklian's office and the New South Wales Police Terrorism Intelligence Unit that are pretty sensible. What you'd expect from half-functional public servants, I guess, saying no, a comedian paying you thousands to stay at your house and filming a little is not enough of a threat to warrant a CIA bug sweep. Maybe if Alexander Downer stayed at your house, it would be worth doing. So how do you go from that to a strike force? We really don't know. It seems the police are deliberately omitting certain documents, but what we do know is that as soon as the Fixated Persons Unit get involved, they do as much as they possibly can to punish friendly Geordies. How do they get involved? Well, do you remember how ex-Police Commissioner Mick Fuller claimed he was only briefed about the investigation after the unit took action?
Commissioner, where did you become? Were you briefed by the unit before they took that action?
No, look, I was given a high-level briefing, verbal briefing, in the last few weeks. Mm-hmm. I didn't even know who friendly Geordies were.
That's kind of strange, as I have a rather short chain of emails, beginning with an email from Detective Superintendent Michael McLean, commander of the Anti-Terrorism Intelligence Group. The email is addressed to Assistant Commissioner Mark Walton, Assistant Commissioner Gavin Wood, Detective Chief Inspector Peter Foe, all of who co-owned racehorses with Commissioner Fuller exposed by an ABC investigation. They're not the only ones who were sent the email, though. So was the second in command, the Deputy Police Commissioner at the time, Mick Willing, Detective Inspector David El-Badawi, Detective Chief Inspector Adam Barwick, Inspector Jeremy Wu, Detective Senior Sergeant Mary Crumlin, Inspector Craig Wonders, and Mick Fuller's own Chief of Staff, Jason Weinstein. So essentially everyone remotely senior in the New South Wales Police, apart from the Deputy Commissioner Dave Hudson and now Commissioner Karen Webb, who in all honesty don't seem to be a part of the Fuller clique. The email is sent on the 2nd of December, the day after I called Barilaro and asked about allegations surrounding extramarital affairs. It reads as follows. Good afternoon. See attached briefing note in respect to the matter involving Jordan Shanks contacting the Deputy Premier, whom they met with earlier today. As previously outlined, we have investigated a matter involving Joe Hildebrand and he has declined to pursue any action at this point. We have received no other referrals for investigation, although Detective Sergeant McQueen outlines there is content online involving other journalists. We have not intrusively looked at this aspect at this point in time. I have instructed the FPIU that we will not be taking any action to arrest Shanks for offences against the Deputy Premier without obtaining advice as to sufficiency of evidence. The investigation is ongoing and I will update further as appropriate. Any questions or points of clarification, please let me know. Regards, Michael McLean. Commissioner Fuller's Chief of Staff and the head of Strike Force Raptor, you know, the Strike Force meant to disrupt the worst organised crime in the country, responds to McLean with, Mick, are we considering an AVO application? Surely the attending of his rental know his electorate. And the phone calls are sufficient grounds for an AVO whilst you explore the criminal charges side, Jason Weinstein. Whoa, explore the criminal charges side. You know, that comedian who's making fun of our mate. Why don't we just explore some criminal charges? Not too sure if there actually are any crimes, but hey, when has that stopped us? New South Wales Police acting like some eastern suburbs mum having a midlife crisis and just exploring options, are they? Keep in mind, this is from Mick Fuller's Chief of Staff CCing the Commissioner just below Mick Fuller, but apparently, according to his testimony, given on oath, Fuller was none the wiser. Michael McLean responds with, Hi mate, we are looking to do some surveillance on him to see if we can pick anything up. Perhaps stalking. I think pushing ahead with a PVO at this time may create unnecessary noise and an accelerated platform for Shanks given his manner of operation. Should things escalate and there is a genuine fear or threat of violence, we will certainly take that route. I will keep you updated on the investigation, MM. Jason responds with, Copy, Matt. How comforting. And where to begin? First off, Mick Fuller's Chief of Staff was being personally updated on an investigation into me, but Mick Fuller had no clue. But more importantly, surveillance. I wonder if this is when the strike force was set up. Barilaro got a phone call from me, and the police's response is to get the counter-terrorism team to stalk me in a bizarre attempt to prove that I'm a stalker. What did you find? Apart from the constant police surveillance and the fact that authorities treat me like Tony Soprano, I live a pretty plain life. I make videos and I write all day, and in my free time, I look at my fish tanks. Well, she seems to be visiting the aquarium a lot. Maybe we could explore charging him with animal cruelty. Goldfish aren't stupid. When I look in their eyes through the glass prison, I see myself begging to be freed. Also, I'm stupid and eat donuts. This is the modus operandi of the Fixated Persons Unit. They have a target, they pursue that target no matter whether they're a criminal or not. The documents released really demonstrate that fact, or at the very least, the complete waste of police resources the unit is. As also released by the Parliament are the draft business rules for the unit. According to them, the FPIU is comprised of 19 staff, 17 police, 2 civilian police employees, yeah? But another Dog Parliament release seems to list everyone stationed in the unit, and that adds up to be over 30. Anyway, just for this analysis, let's just pretend that there are give or take 20 cops/employees of the Fixated Persons Unit. From 2017 to October of 2021, the unit investigated 216 individuals, 50% of whom were alleged to be fixated with a politician or public office holder. The unit charged 89 of the 216, with only 47 receiving criminal conviction. In around 5 years, 19 cops got 47 convictions, averaging around 0.5 of a conviction a cop a year. That's a cop that works at the Fixated Persons Unit at...
Yo, what the fuck is up? I'm gonna show my friend how to profile. Dude, what's going on, man? It's good. Signor Buffo. Alright, I'm gonna be showing... I gotta turn it off for a sec so I can do some Discord-y things. But I'm gonna show my friend how to profile code in Julia. I don't know if you code, but down to have you hop in. Let's bench.jl being benchmark tools. Okay. I gotta check my text real quick. Alright, he's taking a shit. Let me show you some cool shit in the meantime for what I've been up to. So one thing that we did. Oh, let's play this music. Let's see if this thing works. Let me turn... Oh, I did. Okay, cool. Pip install Fluid Synth. What the fuck is this thing? Doesn't have anything in it. It's a little malicious, to be quite honest. Oh, let me do this and re-enable streamer mode. Discord needs to have like a command palette type of thing. Command palette is the single greatest invention. Okay. Let's pop back on here. Okay. We have so much stuff here, we need to clean it up. We can do this on Command Line. We can just delete the GIF. Why isn't it with sound? Yo, what's up? Hey, for some reason I can't hear you. This might be on me. No, I don't know. I can also just call you on like Messenger. It's kind of crazy that Discord's this shit. Yo.
You hear me now?
Alright, yeah. Let me just share my screen. I'm sure you've seen this. Oh, by the way, I am streaming, but it's whatever. Okay, so I just looked up.
What happened yesterday?
Dude, I got back from a run. I just fell asleep.
That's alright. Hold on, let me go in a conference room so I'm not distracting people.
Yeah.
Dude, I thought you died, and then I was on GitHub and I saw that you had started some repos this morning, so I was like, all right, good, he's alive.
That's hilarious. Yeah. That's
I'm concerned because I'd assumed you just fell asleep, but then you didn't respond in the morning either, so I was like, damn, hopefully he's alive.
Yeah, no, I just needed a rest. Okay, yeah, so there's two main things. Let's also do this. Perfview, Alex. I hope that I might here. I'll turn off my camera just so that my screen share bandwidth is a little bit better. So I looked up this page, which I'll link you.
It's just the guide of how to get these flame graphs. But basically, so we have this test function here, profile test, and it does this thing in a loop where it creates this random matrix, takes the maximum. It's just an arbitrary function. The point is really just to benchmark stuff. But so if I evaluate this function and then I use this macro at prof view and then the invocation, I'll get this thing. And you can click on it and you can see basically what you're looking at is like a waterfall view of which functions took how much time. So you can see in here, like map slices took the most time for n equals 1. But like if we were to prof view 10, one other thing is the way that this works, you have to scroll down and find the part where it says eval, because this is really everything below eval is the real stuff. Above it is just the basically it showing the flame graph of itself, right? It's this macro expansion, which is it doing the macro expansion of prof view. So you can see here that rand took some time, map slices took some time, but maybe it'd be good if you shared your screen and showed what your case is.
Yeah, I'll show you what I'm trying to do. How do I share my screen on this?
There's a one at the bottom. It's like the second one from the left.
Okay, entire screen.
Nice.
You see this?
Yeah. Yep.
So basically, so I'm once again trying to implement this stuff in Julia.
Yeah. Nice.
And so for this, I'm just taking the example from their website where they have they're solving the 2D Breslater PDE. So I'll just I modified it a bit because this takes a matrix input, but to use certain sensitivity stuff, you need to take a vector input. So I just added these reshape stuff. But it doesn't allocate stuff. So it's fine. And then blah blah blah. You do all that. So when you solve this PDE, it takes. I have a lot of things here, but. It takes 300 milliseconds. I can show you.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's this one. I'll just do at time so it doesn't take a while.
Yeah. Right. Okay.
Yeah. So it's like in this case it's like 400, but on average it's like 300 milliseconds.
Mm-hmm.
And then I define the ODE forward sensitivity problem, and there's 3 parameters. So this should take about like 3 times this.
Because it takes 3 forward solves and then a little bit of extra. Yeah.
Yeah, so it basically does it in 1 forward solve, but it makes the system 4 times bigger.
I see. Okay. Uh-huh.
But that's to make it faster than doing 4 separate solves. Because when you do that, you don't have to rebuild the Jacobians, basically.
Oh, I see. All right.
From my understanding.
Yeah. Yeah, you're probably right.
But I mean, I won't run it now because it takes like 2 minutes.
It takes 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Well, you probably should run it now. I mean, I'm down to wait for that. Do it with at prof view at the beginning. So like,
okay. So just redefine this, and then you want to do at prof.
And I think you
do
might
include.
I think you might have to delete the sol equals just because it handles simpler expressions. Yeah.
Alright, so it's this.
Yeah, I mean, I'm down to wait. Let's see what will fail. Interesting.
Oh, hold on. Dude, this is the other thing that I don't get. Because so apparently, I don't know why, but apparently this function isn't compatible with autodiff. But I don't see anything in this that wouldn't be compatible with autodiff.
That's really...
But it shouldn't even matter because I give it the analytical Jacobian through, like, so I get Jacobian symbolically and I build a function for it, and then I'm providing it into this thing right here.
Yeah, I mean, or wait, hold on. Yeah, Jack equals J. Yeah.
Yeah. So 1 doesn't make sense because I don't see why it's not compatible with AutoDiff, and 2, it doesn't make sense because I give it the analytical Jacobian.
Oh, do you have live share? Could we open up a live share? I just want to copy and paste some of these things.
Yeah.
I'm guessing that it's or ODE4 sensitivity problem is in what package?
I think it's in SciML sensitivity.
Yeah, that would make sense. Okay. I mean, my guess is that it's like just a missing check for that failure there. Can I have access to your REPL?
Yeah. How do I do that again? Oh. All right, you got it.
All right, I think, yeah. So I just want to say at which. Yeah. Okay. We need to find where it throws that error. Let's try that again. Let's try this thing. Oh shoot! I gotta Control Enter, I think. No, it sends it to mine. Let me just copy and paste it real quick. Solve up, solve call. Because if we do prob.quargs, we don't. Oh, interesting. Oh wait, hold on.
Dude, that's how you see the keyboard args. I didn't know that.
I mean.
Wait, hold on, try.
Oh, this should have. Yeah. Okay, so in here we have jack, and it's a jack function, so that's good.
Why doesn't the jack go through to here? Because there's no jack option for this.
Oh really?
Yeah, if you run it, it will give you a warning. I've done that before. See, that's what I thought the issue was, dude. But that's why I wanted to profile it, because I wanted to see. But I guess you could do it this way. I didn't even know you could do it.
That's weird. Okay. Let's.
I asked about this too a while ago in the Julia Slack, and I think someone was like, "Oh yeah, it does use the Jacobian."
Yeah,
I was like, I don't think it does, dude.
I mean, yeah. Typically, people kind of brush them off. Okay, hold on, let me look at the stack trace again. I just want to see.
I think it's the same with the adjoint stuff too, because the adjoint stuff's also very slow.
Yeah, that's very possible. Okay, so it's erroring in the nonlinear solve part of this. Oh, let me just do this too. You're not doing this in a project? Oh, jeez. This is what scientists do. They just keep them all global. Okay.
I was actually gonna do it in a project, and I was looking at how you set up free to P.
Yeah.
To do it like this, but because you said it's not. Most people don't. Oh no, that you were talking about something else. Never mind. Yeah, I should have just done it in a project.
I mean, the one nice thing about doing it globally is that you don't have to do a repeated compilation thing, but wow, something is really fucked up about SciML sensitivity right now, actually. Because the last tag was 719, and you're on a. Sorry, never mind. Gosh, debugging these things is really annoying. One tool that you I don't know if you've seen debugger.jl or Cthulhu, but this allows you to descend the call tree in a pretty exact way and like follow along. I highly recommend that, but yeah, it's okay. I mean, it is
calculating the Jacobian. You can see this here.
Oh, I can't see.
Yeah. Did we disconnect? Can you? I'm trying to focus you, but you're not popping up.
Yeah, it's not taking me to you. Oh wait, hold on. Now, I see you're scrolling.
Okay.
Okay, I see your purple thing. Yeah.
Do you see this? All right. Calc J.
But I only see.
Oh.
No, I don't see that.
For some reason, it doesn't. When I do @edit.
Wait, what file are you in?
Oh, this is weird. Oh, that's crazy. So I'm actually looking at a file on my computer. So when I looked at the call tree, somehow it like evaluated it on my computer. I don't even know how it did that. Anyways, it looked for ordinary diffeq on my computer and it found it. But you see the stack trace, right?
No.
Okay, well, get the stack trace yourself by calling solve. Like that solve command, just this one. All right, so if you see solve call, perform step, and then as it tries to perform a step in the nonlinear solver, it fails with some forward diff shit.
Yeah, because so basically, so it doesn't get the Jacobian, so it's trying to calculate Jacobian with forward diff. But apparently this function isn't compatible with forward diff. I don't know why.
That's really annoying. Yeah, no way it's a reshape thing or something?
A what?
A reshape? Wait, why isn't you? So you're saying you can't give a matrix to this constructor ordinary forward sensitivity problem?
No, you can't.
It seems wrong. What happens?
I know. Here, I can show you. Let me just let me get rid of this command and get rid of this command. No, sorry, don't move. And get rid of this command, and I'll run this, and I'll run this. I'll run this. I don't want to run that. I'll run this, and this, and then this, and then this.
Oh shit.
Oh, what just happened?
Damn, and you know the most annoying thing about using VS Code is that it kills the terminal so you can't see the stack trace. I'm sorry.
Oh, dude, I think I know what happened. Fuck.
What?
It's fine. No, let me reset. I fucked something up, and then Julius Symbolic sucks, and it just crashes when it doesn't work.
Yeah.
And I messed something up with the dimensions.
Yeah.
All right, let me do it again.
Yeah, Symbolics is really.
I'm just gonna get rid of this. Let's get rid of this thing and this. Okay, now I want to change this to sparse. All right, now you'll be able to see the error.
I mean, I know it's like annoying, but I always submit lots of issues. So like when you run into these things, like even just the like vec thing, like because issues are pretty persistent. I would just be like, oh, why is this the case that? Because it's a weird inconsistency. Like you're normally allowed to just provide matrix initial conditions.
Yeah. So you think I should just submit these two things as issues, basically?
Yeah, definitely.
All right. Let me just show you.
But yeah, I do want to see. And what's great is that I can clip the stream and add this to the commentary of like, here's the demonstration of it just like being wild.
Yeah. do this.
I forgot the versions. I want to check the versions again. Make sure that Symbolics is at the latest. Because they just did a breaking change, so I imagine it might not be.
I won't do that. Let me just do at time. Just to get it to recompile.
Mm-hmm. I'm pretty sure save every step is already defaulted to false.
I think it's defaulted to true.
Oh. Yeah, okay. Oh,
okay,
yeah,
so
yeah.
Now it might crash when I do this. Yeah, okay, this is where it errors. Because this dimension mismatch.
Wait, hold on.
Basically, I think it's the sensitivity state. I think it is defining as a vector, and it's trying to concatenate it with. So the initial condition for the sensitivity equations, it probably defines the vector, and it's trying to concatenate it with the matrix.
Yep.
You know.
Yeah.
But that's fine. I mean, you can just add these reshape commands, and it doesn't affect anything.
Well, yeah, I just wanted to see if that has anything to do, if the reshape had anything to do with the forward diff.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. Reshape forward. I don't think it should, because reshape basically just changed how it's indexed. It doesn't change.
Yeah.
The data.
I mean, we could come up with a minimum working example for that pretty quickly.
Yeah. Just be like function f a b equals reshape a, make it 4x4, and then let's return sum with b and let's say a equals and 16, and let's do f go forward if dot.
You'll need to add forward diff because it's not in your environment.
What is it? Forward diff dot gradient.
Yeah.
F comma a. Is that what we want?
I think so. Yeah. Okay, yeah, but I've kind of sidetracked the, let's see. I haven't messed with a lot of this in a minute. What is the interplay between modeling toolkit and forward diff SciML sensitivity?
I mean, I think they're completely like you can use any SciML sensitivity stuff when you're solving.
Well, all I was gonna say is like you manually construct the ODE function, but you could do like a modeling toolkitize and see if that works, because then you have the symbolic Jacobian, which I know you construct manually, but it's stored in the system as opposed to like being tacked on as a quarg, which could change how it gets accessed.
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of a stretch. Like, I'm not gonna lie. I need to actually just look at the SciML sensitivity.
I mean, the reason is because these have time as a thing, right? And I don't think method aligns is good.
It's getting better, actually, but yeah, I hear you.
That's why I define it manually. Plus, like, for big systems, when symbolics won't
Dude,
work,
yeah, you can't do anything big with method aligns. Yeah, it's a problem.
Yeah.
And it has to be on like rectilinear grids still, I think, and there's all sorts of stuff.
Yeah. But the way I solve them in complex geometries is you have this mask, so you still solve it in like a rectangle, but you define a mask on the rectangle.
Oh, that's smart. Okay. Wait, with method aligns or just in? I mean, with method aligns.jl or just in general?
It's just a general way to solve PDEs and complex geometries with finite differencing.
I see. Presumably, there's a more efficient method, but that seems like an easy way to do it.
Yeah, probably. I mean, yeah. Like, I don't know if there's more efficient methods with finite differencing, but with, like, finite element and stuff, maybe.
Oh, yeah, right, of course. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
But, I don't know, from talking with, like, Steven Johnson, he thinks this is the best approach.
Oh,
cool. He was saying finite element, you really get speed up when you have, like, parts of your domain that might need higher resolution than other parts of your domain. But that's not the case for the stuff I'm doing.
Yeah.
Fuck, what's it taking? All I added was forward diff.
I know, yeah, I have no idea why. Especially because forward diff should already be in there in the first place.
Error watching manifest.
Oh yeah, I see that. These abbreviated stack trace things are so fucked up.
Dude, I kind of like it.
No, like trig x simplifier not defined. That caused this whole reevaluation of your entire dependency tree. Oh, Mackie is precompiling, bro. Like, this is the life.
I know. Why does it fucking have to precompile Mackie when I added forward diff? Ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, this is like literally my biggest gripe with Julia at the current moment is like anytime you have to compile ordinary diffeek, it takes like 10 minutes. And it's like the smallest Yeah. It's like the smallest little package update, dude. Chris Elrod fucking updates like cpuinfo.jl. And then I'm sitting there for like an hour just getting everything back up to snuff. It's ridiculous.
I didn't even fucking do using Mackie too.
Hold on.
Fuck this shit.
Look at your code again. Let's see. You don't provide an alg to forward sensitivity problem. Yeah, you just use the default. I was wondering maybe if...
The default's of forward sensitivity.
Yeah, I was just wondering if maybe that has a... Yeah, no, that's probably not right.
There we go.
Oh, interesting. I found hold on, okay. If there's an analytical Jacobian provided, we are not going to do automatic jack times vec. Oh, and it calls, okay. You won't be able to, oh wait, maybe you will be able to see me. Wait.
Dude, it errored when I was using forward dip. What the fuck?
Hold on, do you see where I'm at here?
Yeah.
Scroll to where I'm,
If there's an analytical,
I'm like,
we're not going to do automatic.
So, but the thing is, this is on ALG. Which is curious to me.
What do you mean it's on ALG?
Like, the argument is not on F. Like, F is the argument that has the Jacobian stored in it, not ALG. So that's why I was wondering, like, which of these...
You think that's a typo?
I don't think it's a typo. I think it's just, Are you... Is this yours? This one? Okay.
Wait, I don't see you now.
Oh, I was in your REPL. You had using problems?
Yeah, dude, using forward dip.
Oh, wait, this is trying to add to my environment.
Yeah, I think you're in your own REPL.
Okay, hold on. Oh, for some reason it's like lagged out. Like I can't even see it. Like all I see is the precompile line. I don't see any of the... okay, but I mean, yeah, so let's just draft the issues then. Like... Well, here's the thing though. This... Are we confusing Jacobians at all, right? Because the sensitivity, the Jacobian with respect to the parameters is going to be different than the normal Jacobian, right? So sparse Jacobian is not with respect to the parameters. So it might be that you actually have to compute that Jacobian.
Okay, you think that okay, you might be right actually, but. Oh, so you think that it's erroring on the Jacobian with respect to the parameters, not the normal Jacobian?
Can you shit, your REPL's so fucked.
Okay, let me try adding that and we'll see what happens. Because there's two Jacobians it needs. It needs both of those, but I only supply it one of them.
Yeah.
So you could be right.
You don't supply the one with respect to P, right?
No, but I can do that easily.
Did we get the this reshape thing? I can run it.
Hold on. Let me I have this, but something's wrong with my using forward dip. Why is it yellow?
Oh, it's yellow because it failed to revise something. Yep, alright, reshape is fine. You can delete this.
Okay.
That's crazy that we both see my Copilot.
Yeah.
Live share is really cool.
Yeah, I don't know where in here forward dip is failing. Maybe it's this like if statement. You think it's
I
don't think so.
I would kind of doubt that. Only the symbolic diff, like only symbolics with conditionals really fails there, where you need to do the like if else form, or you go like, cause yeah. Anyways, yeah.
I mean, symbolics work through it though, but.
Oh, okay.
But that's just because these are this if statement's on the indices, not on like what would be. Symbols.
Oh yeah. I see. Okay. Right. None of the actual symbolic variables get traced through that.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, so I would say try the...
Yeah. Well, once I fix this REPL issue, I can do that. Because that would basically be... So we want... Let me get this back. Get this back. And now... We want all of this.
Yeah, somehow I've lost your REPL. I can't see anything that you evaluate. Yeah, that's fine.
And then we're also going to need JP sim equals sim. Oh, it's dot sparse colon EU sim key sim. And then I think we want JP equals. That's all we need. And then when we define this, we'll have to add it. Which, how do we do that? ODE function. Param jack. I think that's what we want.
Damn, I don't want to ask you to restart your REPL, but I'm like flying blind here.
What?
I just can't see anything you evaluate. I can just see the precompile statements, and that's it.
Oh, let me just restart it then.
Oh, wait. Just actually, something you did refreshed it. I don't... Wait, oh, no, you restarted. I see. Okay, yeah, you're good. I was looking at my old one. All right. Yeah, it closed, and then it switched me to my old one. I thought it was new.
Can you see it now?
Yeah, now you're good.
So now I just want Ramjack equals JP. Maybe that will do it. We'll see. Yo, do you follow COVID lab leak stuff?
Not enough. Why?
100% a lab leak.
Yeah. I mean,
this is good content for streaming, too.
Yeah. Do you have a video? Oh, yeah. Sick. Oh, no. Okay. That's crazy, man. Because you and I were both sort of on the lab leak hypothesis for a while.
Yeah, I was from so early. Dude, you know who also is a big lab leaker?
Who?
Tep.
Oh, that sounds right. Yeah, I believe that.
I joined the lab leak train fall of late fall of 2020.
Wow.
Because there's a guy in my lab who is a big lab leaker, and he shared some stuff with me. And then the thing that sold it was when Jamie Metzel was on Lex Friedman podcast.
Oh, really? I never saw that podcast.
It's a good one. I mean, it's outdated now, obviously, but have you listened to the newest one with Sam Harris?
No. Sam Harris and Lex Friedman?
Yeah. All right. Let's see if this works. Boom. I don't think it's going to work, though, because you checked and it had no Jacobian. We'll see.
Well, no. F had a Jacobian, but the prob didn't, like...
Yeah.
Lex Friedman's a hilarious guy, dude.
Yeah, dude, I saw he gave a lecture at MIT over the summer I went to.
Oh, nice. He's not really much of a scientist, is my understanding.
Yeah, I mean, he's a research scientist. He's not like a... I don't think he's, like, famous for his research.
Yeah, I think it's just a podcast.
But he has, I mean, you can see his Google Scholar.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's not bad, but I don't think it's, like, great, right? Especially in ML, I feel like.
Oh, yeah, it was a lot of self-driving car stuff. That's right. I forgot about this.
But look, he's better than me.
Yeah, I know. 300 citations. You gotta wonder how many of these citations are because of the podcast. Like, it's definitely not 0. Okay, yeah, let me follow along now. Wait, sparse Jacobian just gives you a Boolean? It doesn't give you the actual...
No, sparse Jacobian gives you the actual...
Oh, it's Jacobian sparsity. Yeah, right. Okay. Alright, so that's the symbolic... What is that? That's the...
This is Jacobian.
Oh, I see. Okay.
And this will be the... I think this should give me the Jacobian with respect to the parameters.
Right. Did you have this in before, or did you just write this? Because I missed that.
I just read this.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, that doesn't look right. Oh, yeah, it does.
Is Paramjack a real Quark? I must have missed that. Okay.
Yeah, it is.
Nice. Yeah, it's not crazy to think that this was the issue.
Yeah. But then, still, it doesn't make sense why this stuff isn't auto-diff compatible.
Yeah. I mean, I'd still open both of those issues, but it's nicer when you post the issue and then you say, this is how I worked around it, because then at least it's a non-zero.
Sure.
Alright, that's just compilation.
Yeah.
Yeah, it should get about 10 times faster. Hopefully 20. Nice.
Yeah. Alright, so that's what it was before. Now we'll go down here. And now, so F, now we need to make this F exact. So F exact has Jacobian and parameter Jacobian.
Okay.
Let's do that. And now let's do...
Moment of truth. Wait, no, but it's something else. That's nice.
Yeah, I know what this is. Because it's... Let's just make...
Oh, you need to collect it or something.
No, it's a stupid issue where I need to give it the sparsity pattern, but I don't know how to do that. So, like, look, you can give it the Jack prototype, but there's no param Jack prototype. Which I think means this thing can't be sparse. So let me just do
that's what I was going to... Yeah. Okay. Yeah, because NZ-val is part of a sparse matrix struct, yeah.
Dude, I was debugging that issue for like an hour this morning.
Oh, okay. You're well acquainted.
And I thought it was going to happen.
Nice.
Alright, now let's do this, let's do this. Let's run these again. this again.
Let me look at your Google Scholar.
What?
I bet there's going to be other Alex Cohens. Let's see if this is right. Oh, it's a different Alex
Do
Cohen.
Alexander Ethan Cohen.
Okay. Nice. 43, though. Pretty good.
Yeah. Well, one of them on there is going to be cited a ton because it's going to be published. I can't say this over stream, but
nice.
This one, I'm only third author, though.
Still.
And then this one will also be cited once it actually comes out. All right, so let's run this again. Hold on. All right, hold on, this should be faster. All right, now back to here.
It's like the 7 minutes of.
What?
Ugh, L. Wait, what happens if you just put autodiff equals false in there?
Okay, then it works.
It's just slower?
Yeah. Because I think fundamentally, it's not using the Jacobian.
Yeah.
I think the slowness is related to this error, which is just showing that.
Yeah, I mean,
it's not using.
That really makes a lot of sense. Do I have access to this thing? Hold on.
No, you should.
Is it frozen?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, somewhere's being called float on a duel, which is always bad.
Yeah, where would that be though? Oh, dude, maybe it's this.
What?
This t is greater than or equal to 1.1.
Right, because t is going to be symbolic, I think.
But it works. The symbolic stuff works.
I mean, yeah, you were able to compute Jacobian all fine. Wait, can I just do this? This is going to be annoying, I know. But this is how I always test whether or not something traces correctly. Hopefully this doesn't require a friggin'... It shouldn't, but... Okay, nice. That's good. Although using sometimes invalidates a precompile cache, which is... Nice, that was relatively painless.
I wonder how Mike's dinner was.
Yeah. What are you doing tonight?
Tonight I'm hanging out with some high school friends. You guys can join if you want. We're probably just going to go to like a bar.
That sounds fun.
Somewhere in Cambridge.
I'm going to Lowell for a party, and I was going to see if you wanted to come.
With your girlfriend's friends?
Yeah, with Hannah and her
high school friends, I think.
Where she grow up?
She grew up in Medford. Yeah.
Oh, nice. Local, like me.
Yeah. Yeah. Checking up with a local.
Yeah, I can't join tonight, but next time let me know.
Yeah, no worries. I might ask Mike. Although I don't
Where'd
think.
you go to high school? Did you go to Medford High School?
Yeah, I think so.
We used to play them in sports.
Nice. Dude, like, this thing is just always spinning. You have no idea how many hours of my life has just been spent waiting for pre-compilation.
Dude, this has drained 40% of my battery. Service recommended. What does that mean?
That's sounds about right. Oh shoot, hold on. Wait, hold on. You seeing what I'm seeing?
What just happened?
I did using modeling toolkit and it said.
You spelled it wrong, dude.
Oh, nice.
You spelled it too lit. Too lit.
Alright.
Using modeling too lit.
Oh, I see. In this thing. Okay, yeah, thanks.
They should call it too lit, though.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Alright, let me just try this. Dude, yeah, I can't wait till Ingbo finishes this new symbolics thing.
Yeah.
Alright, so presumably...
I can't wait till we finish Free to P.
Yeah, me too, actually. Yeah, I've been using GPT.
I was trying to do the database thing this morning, but I couldn't... Like, what's the simplest way to do that, you think?
Ask ChatGPT, because I never do this full stack web app thing.
Alright, I'll ask ChatGPT.
Oh, wait, actually, that's not what I meant to do. I meant to do, Oh, yeah, that is what I meant to do. Did that work? Yeah, that seemed to work.
This thing worked, yeah.
But this is just an ODE problem. Oh, forward sensitivity just expands it out. I see, okay.
Yeah, wait, I think we should turn auto diff off.
Yeah, you should turn it on, yeah. Okay. Oh, I should check, I think it's that, although I don't know.
Can you just do sys? Oh, no.
Although this might not even have Jack in it. It might have to calculate this.
I mean, this has Jack in it, though.
Yeah, it's always a problem of whether or not things get forwarded. We can read the code, though. This is taking longer, though, which is sometimes a good sign, but I don't know. Elon's doing a live stream? Or is this, or they just bait us? Oh no, he's doing a lot, yeah, he's... He's talking about ChatGPT-4. Elon.
Wait, where?
On Tesla Live.
Oh, Elon Musk.
Oh yeah, no, not yeah.
Wait, share your screen so I can see it.
Let me see. I have it on my phone. Dude, I found this Australian YouTuber, Friendly Jordies, bro. You gotta watch these videos. This guy's crazy, man.
Friendly.
Let me send you the best video, dude. Who firebombed Friendly Jordies? I'm gonna send this to the GC actually.
Okay.
This video is crazy.
What the fuck is this?
Dude, so this guy, he goes around exposing all sorts of corruption in New South Wales, and someone firebombed his house, and they don't know exactly who did it, but they think it's like the former deputy premier or whatever. And this guy's just like a total scumbag, and Friendly Jordy's just like, he's just going around being an absolute chap. Like, it's so crazy. Oh, we got the same thing.
Same error.
Oh wait,
Dude,
actually, yeah.
How the fuck do we get it to use the fucking Jacobian?
Yeah. Oh yeah. I wanted to find that. What was that part that I had about the get jackmat? Do we have this? Great.
So it's this thing is auto jackmat. It doesn't make sense that get jackmat is called on ALG. Right?
Wait. But look at this thing here. An implementation continues forward sensitive for propagating derivatives by solving extended ODE. Forward sensitivity, forward differentiation of the solve call within the reverse mode automatic differentiation environment.
Yeah, so it's basically saying if you're using like Zygo to compute the
reverse mode
of something that has this thing in it, it will do this thing.
Right.
Oh, what? Dude, maybe this is why. This is it. We need to set auto diff equal to false.
In the forward sensitivity alg?
And then auto jackvec we should probably also set to false.
I need to read through. Yeah. Set auto jackmat to false. Yeah. Dude, this logic, you should make an issue about this because this logic is completely bogus.
Yeah, it's so stupid.
Like, if you already have your fucking param jack, you should always use that. Wait, but...
So we need it... Oh, dude, this is so fucking stupid.
This is actually ridiculous. It has param jack F, param jack config equals nothing. Okay, I see. So if it is nothing, then it defaults. Yeah, it's kind of reversed. To do, make it better. Line 430. Look at line 430.
Of what?
Of forward sensitivity.jl. Here, I'll focus you. There, yeah.
Oh, I see it.
I mean, this is not related to the jack stuff, but it's just like hilarious.
Alright, let me figure out how to change this. So I need to go to I need to go here to see how it's defined. So I have to say sense alg equals forward sensitivity. Dude, this is so fucking stupid. So here I need to go sense alg equals forward sensitivity.
Or it's not sense alg, it's just alg, right? In the construction of the... Yeah, it's just alg.
No, I think it's sense alg.
Dude, look at the constructor on 376, though.
Yeah, but look at this.
Hold on, let me follow you. Where are you looking?
It just... I'm on a browser.
Oh.
Go to where you see my screen.
Oh, yeah. Oh.
These are outdated.
Yeah, I do think it's outdated. Click on stable.
I just did. It's the same one.
Go back to where you were though. Let me go to the docs too.
Yeah, sense alg.
I mean, but go to the code where we were in forward sensitivity. I mean, maybe sensalog works, but like, all right, we can do it this way. It just really looks like the constructor. Or actually, maybe it's because we're calling a different constructor.
Dude, but this doesn't make sense either, because look here. If autodiff equals false and auto jackvec, oh, hold on. Yeah, look. So if autodiff equals false and auto jackvec equals false, then the Jacobian constructed via finite differencing. We don't want that either.
Yeah, we definitely don't want finite differencing. But that doesn't... Okay. Okay, wait, hold on. Let me read more of forward sensitivity.jl. Because they set that thing to nothing, right? They set jack config and param jack config to nothing.
Where are you looking right now?
At forward sensitivity.jl. I'm just reading the code for...
Yeah.
So we just want to know where exactly... Okay, so we need this constructor. We need the full constructor, which is like the inner. Holy shit, dude. Look how many type parameters this thing has.
Where?
Look at this. Oh, wait, I'm following you instead of the other way around. Look at this thing. This thing is massive. Christ. So... But we need to know... Okay, so this is the constructor. So now we need to know what the config is. Where's that config thing? Jack config and param jack config. So if this is nothing, it gives it nothing. What is NUS? Dude, I hate this stuff. There's no docs on what NUS is. It's just... Dude, what the fuck is NUS? It just says...
I didn't even see NUS.
It's this thing. It's line 113.
Oh, NUS.
Well, I'm just wondering if this is what gets called, or I think it probably doesn't. I think we probably don't need to care about that. Okay, but now we just need to see... Okay, so now we get the sensitivity function. Oh, I see. Okay, yeah. Right. Okay. So this problem... So prob.f dot param jack. See, oh, bro, look at that. I mean,
what?
It's a big fat. Oh, I'm gonna add test to your environment. You should always just have test. Doesn't hurt anything.
Nah, dude, it's gonna recompile everything.
You know what? If you're right, dude, I gotta buy you like a meal because then we have failed.
Oh, let's go. You have to do using.
Okay, so yeah, so for some reason, all these things are... Well, is this the old one? This is the... Let's make this...
Dude, I think yeah. That might be why.
So wait, so like, we started with just this. So I'm gonna do that one. Okay. Okay, so you do have a param jack.
Why is there no jack?
But I think that might not be what it is. So this... That's... Yeah, okay, that's interesting. So this... But I need to change...
So it has an original... What's original jack?
I have no idea. I wish
Dude, but the original jack and the... Like, it should be able to construct the ODE forward sensitivity Jacobian from the original Jacobian. So maybe it's just not doing that.
We need to trace how this thing actually gets used in...
It's the same Jacobian. It's just in a block diagonal form.
What?
The Jacobian for the forward sensitivity problem.
Oh, it's original Jack, but just restructured?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or not restructured, like repeated in a block diagonal way.
Oh, for the different parameters? Wait, what do you mean?
Because, let me show you. Where's that? Like mathematics of sensitivity.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
So
oh, wait,
these
this
are
is...
the forward
okay, yeah.
sensitivity analysis equations. So the Jacobian of these equations is just J.
Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Because it's just... The Jacobian is...
Yeah, it's going to be... Yeah.
Derivative of this. So I was assuming it's like smart enough to do that. But I guess not.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I would... Because they're functions, maybe it's not. Maybe you can't unwrap it. It's a good question. Let me keep reading this code, though. Where does sense_al get used in the solve? That's what we want to know now. So I'm going to do another solve here. And get the error. Actually, maybe I have it up here.
It just finished.
I mean, interestingly, yeah, right, if you look at the trace, it fails in nonlinear solve and then in Jacobian.
Yeah, but this is because it's trying to construct a Jacobian with autodiff, but apparently it's not compatible.
Okay, yeah, so we need to go higher. Yeah, you're right. Okay.
Wait, hold on, can we try running this? Let's just try running this thing.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Oh, fuck, I gotta load forward diff again, though.
I think you should be fine. No, this is defined in... Why? Because of this thing? Well, you want to try this. I see. Yeah, I was going to suggest that earlier. That's a good idea. If we can just take the gradient with respect to... You need to make it an anonymous function, though. Like, I think you need to do, like...
you're
like,
right,
P goes to...
Oh, I probably need to return something, too, right?
Oh, make it out of place?
Yeah, here, let me just do that quick. It'll take a sec. Oh, wait, what just happened? Oh, wait, hold on. Let me stop following you.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
So let's just make this test. And
yep.
Get rid of that. And let's get rid of this. Let's make this zeros. And then size of u. And then let's return TU. Alright, so let's run that. And then...
Is P0 a thing?
No, just P.
Okay.
Oh, wait, no. Here, though, we want U. Not. Okay?
Oh, right. Wait, but...
Yeah, I think we want...
Oh, yeah, okay, you're alright.
This is just a normal.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Oh, I see what you're saying. You need to do this, though. Okay, there.
Alright, let's run this again.
Oh, wait, you gotta change this to test.
Zerps? Oh.
That'd be good. Oh.
Dude, it's that same issue.
Yeah, wait, so let's
Here.
Son of a bitch. Where is this? Dude, that is not a helpful message. Alright, let's run it again.
Let's fucking go.
What?
UConn's up 7.
Oh, nice. What the hell's going on here? Okay.
Wait, what'd you just...
I don't know why it did it like that, but...
Is it this 4?
Why would it be that?
I don't know, man. Yo, maybe it's this. It's probably this Bresallator function. I'm gonna bring that down here.
Ooh.
Oh fuck, dude. Dude, yeah, I think that's it.
Because?
Look. So, because look, we define this constant, XYD Bresallator. Wait, hold on.
Wait, let me follow.
Yeah. So look, we define this constant here, and then down here it calls this function on x, y, and t, and the x and y are here.
Uh-huh.
So I think these are basically floats, right? And then no, dude, that should be fine, right? Because it can add a float with a forward diff, right?
Yeah, that method is definitely defined. It's at somewhere. I mean, you want to just try diffing this?
Well, I think it's different though because I think it has to do with this.
Well, that's evaluated already, but yeah, okay, yeah. All right, let's try to diff Bresallator F though. And is it so? Okay, yeah. So our okay. I mean, up in this one, we're trying to diff with respect to U, but here you're saying we need to respect to T as well.
Or X and Y. I don't know.
Oh, let's just give it.
There's no X and Y defined, I think.
Oh, I thought you. Oh, because they're in here.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, just copy that and evaluate it.
I don't know if this would, if this works, that necessarily means. Well, it didn't work. So you can't compare. I think it's this thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, let's just try to... Yeah, because, I mean, that's going to evaluate to bool, right?
Yeah. Well, it's saying you can't even compare it. Because T is a forward diff and 1.1 is a float.
Wait, but this is a
So
this is a vec actually. Hold on, this seems wrong. Right, like this is not like. Oh wait, what I actually want is
derivative.
That's different. For some reason, I'm frozen. Oh, there we go. It's just slow. Okay, yeah. So that worked fine.
Oh, okay. Oh.
Let me ask ChatGPT. Dude, I had it right like so much code today, it's crazy. Let me share my screen. Alright, so I had it write this code that
Oh shit. I can't see your screen.
Oh, you can't? Oh, you gotta click, just click? Yeah. And then is that me?
Oh shit.
No, that's fine.
Oh.
Alright, you see me?
No. I'm looking at myself.
Alright, click on...
I'm looking at myself on your screen.
Oh, okay, alright, cool. Alright. So yeah, I had to generate like all of this code today, which is a bunch of random stuff. But where's the good one? Radial, I think. No, it's
It generated code to make a movie?
Yeah. Let me see.
No way.
What was it called?
Did it generate the code in Julia? Or
Yeah, well, I had it generated in Julia. It was trying to do it in Python, but it didn't. I'm trying to find. I made this really dope one. Oh yeah, the WebM. Yeah. Copy path. Dude, look at this.
Damn.
I had to generate that. No, it was just images. It was just images.jl. Mask.jl. This is all.
How did you get it to do that?
I mean, I streamed how I did it, but I couldn't tell you honestly. I just kept asking it to do more and more stuff, and it just sort of did it. At first, I tried to get it to do it in Blender, because I was trying to make the thumbnail, right? And then I realized that the thumbnail is not that good, so I wanted to make something better. Like, this is what but yeah, dude, I realized, like, there's so much easy, free stuff to do without having to actually code. I mean, that's basically it. But it like if you give it doc strings and stuff, it'll get pretty good at like figuring out how to fix the code. Okay. I hate debugging diff stuff.
Yeah, I mean, there's two different issues. Like, I could just post issues on both of them.
Yeah, I would.
Where should I post them? SciML sensitivity?
Yeah. Well, let's look at the issues right now.
Here, share your screen. Are you looking on the browser?
Yeah, I'm just looking on the browser.
I have to head out in a few minutes, too.
Yeah.
So tomorrow I'm free until around, like, 5.
Cool, yeah, we should...
And then I'm also free later at night, but from, like, 5 to, like, 7 or 8, I'm busy, so maybe we should just start. Like, you want to get breakfast?
Yeah.
Somewhere, and then we can work after that?
I'm down.
If you want to go for a run or something before in the morning too, I'd be down.
Oh, cool. Yeah. I mean, we could. I have a guest pass. We could also take you to the gym. We could all go do a lift. I know you're less on lifting, but it's kind of fun.
No, I'd go. I haven't done it in a while. I'm trying to get back into it.
Nice. Yeah. Let
I
me.
need to start looking sexy.
All right. Yeah. So make these issues. I know. Making the issues is like kind of tedious, but let's see. What was it called? Float of Duel. I don't see anything particularly related to this. I see an issue on PDE. I mean, interestingly, it does seem like another issue is that sysfprub also doesn't have. Here's which dispatch this is. $179.
Oh, dude, I talked to Chris today.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because someone in the Julia lab basically told me that he was looking for someone to help with this adjoint thing he wanted to implement. And I was like, oh, that could be a good, like, first thing for me to do.
Then
So I messaged Chris, and I was like, oh, I heard you're looking for someone to do this. Like, I'm interested in helping. And he was like, what's your background? And I told him, and then he sent me some stuff to read, and he was like, read this, and let's meet on Thursday to discuss.
Nice. Are you going to meet him in person? He's rarely in town anymore.
He said in person. On
Slack, nice. He'll be coming down for something. Because he lives in Salem now. He bought a house.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Why did you buy a house in Salem? You gotta be pretty rich, dude. Why didn't you buy a house somewhere else?
Yeah, I agree. I don't know. Alright, let's see. I just want to check one more time that the this dispatch loses its. Yeah, this loses everything. This is just such a fucking mess, dude. There needs to be another dispatch. I mean, gosh. Managing such a big software ecosystem seems like such a nightmare, though.
Yeah. I mean, the thing with Julia is like, there's like, 5 people working on this, whereas Python, there's like thousands of people.
Yeah. Although modeling and simulation, there's a lot less than you might think. But for like JAX, yeah, they got armies.
Dude, should I just like completely transition over to JAX?
Maybe. Wait, what if I did... If I did this? Will that do anything? Oh, did you ever try the SenseAlg thing, or did that just not work either?
Oh, like doing alg instead of SenseAlg here?
Oh, no, just SenseAlg. Yeah, okay.
Oh, well, we decided, we didn't even try this because in the docs it said if these are both set to false, then it uses numerical.
Oh, yeah, finite diff, yeah. It's gonna be slow. Just being delicate about handling so many type parameters and so many different fields is like mind-boggling. Okay. So this should, yeah, jack. Fine. But this is gonna be nothing still, and oh wait, what if I do? Dude, for some reason this is slow as hell. This should compute at least the sparsity pattern, and then that gets stored. I mean, I'm on a tangent now. I'm just curious about like why this, like the case that we actually want to support is just modeling toolkit for everything. Like you always define the model in modeling toolkit, and then you basically always know that everything like analytical is stored in it. Because otherwise you get into this problem of like, oh, is it getting the Jacobian or not? Well, at some point, there should just be one way to check, and it's from the system.
Yeah. Issue with that is for larger systems, I won't be able to do that because it won't be able to compute the things symbolically.
Well, maybe. Oh, I'm sorry. I mean, supposedly Symbolics is going to get a lot faster at doing bigger systems.
Okay. I have to head out.
Yeah, no worries. So. All right, let's call it. Yeah, I'll see you tomorrow, though.
Right. Yeah, hopefully I'll have time. I probably won't have time to post the issue tonight. If not, I'll do it when I'm with you tomorrow.
Cool. Sounds good. All right. Where are you?
All right. Yeah.
Where's your lab?
I'm in building 66. But I'm in like a conference room.
Nice. That's a pretty nice view. I mean, the resolution is absolute dog shit, but I know it's just because
I can show you, dude, if you ever want to come to campus and work, I can show you around and show you my lab and office and stuff.
Oh yeah, that'd be a ton of fun. Definitely want to do that.
Yeah.
All right. I'll let you go. All right. See you
tomorrow.
All right. Let's get back to fucking AI coding. Will this nest? I think it should nest, right? Nice.
Following is a conversation with Sam Harris, his second time
Who's Sam
on the
Harris?
podcast. As I said 2 years ago, when I first met and spoke with Sam, he He's one of the most influential, pioneering thinkers of our time. As the host of the Making Sense podcast, creator of the Waking Up app, and the author of many seminal books on human nature and the human mind, including The End of Faith, The Moral Landscape, Lying, Free Will, and Waking Up. In this conversation, besides our mutual fascination with AGI and free will, we do also go deep into controversial, challenging topics of Donald Trump, Hunter Biden, January 6th, vaccines, lab leak, Kanye West, and several key figures at the center of public discourse, including Joe Rogan and Elon Musk, both of whom have been friends of Sam and have become friends of mine. Somehow, an amazing life trajectory that I do not deserve in any way, and in fact believe is probably a figment of my imagination. And if it's all right, please allow me to say a few words about this personal aspect of the conversation, discussing Joe, Elon, and others. What's been weighing heavy on my heart since the beginning of the pandemic, now 3 years ago, is that many people I look to for wisdom in public discourse stop talking to each other as often, with respect, humility, and love, when the world needed those kinds of conversations the most. My hope is that they start talking again, they start being friends again, they start noticing the humanity that connects them is much deeper than the disagreements that divide them. So let me take this moment to say, with humility and honesty, why I look up to and am inspired by Joe, Elon, and Sam. I think Joe Rogan is important to the world, as a voice of compassionate curiosity and open-mindedness to ideas, both radical and mainstream, sometimes with humor, sometimes with brutal honesty, always pushing for the shaking up of what is true. So actually that returns it to experts. Do you think experts can save us? Is there such thing as expertise and experts at something? How do you know if you achieved it?
I think it's important to acknowledge up front that there's something paradoxical about how we relate to authority, especially within science. And I don't think that paradox is going away, and it doesn't have to be confusing. It's not truly a paradox. It's just like there are different moments in time. So it is true to say that within science or within rationality generally, and just whenever you're having a fact-based discussion about anything, it is true to say that the truth or falsity of a statement does not even slightly depend on the credentials of the person making the statement, right? So it doesn't matter if you're a Nobel laureate, you can be wrong, right? The last sentence you spoke could be total bullshit, right? And it's also possible for someone who's deeply uninformed to be right about something, or to be right for the wrong reasons, right? Or someone just gets lucky, or someone, and there are middling cases where you have like a backyard astronomer who's got no credentials, but he just loves astronomy and he's got a telescope and he spends a lot of time looking at the night sky, and he discovers a comet that no one else has seen, not even the professional expert astronomers. And I gotta think that happens less and less now, but some version of that keeps happening, and it may always keep happening in every area of expertise, right? So it's true that truth is orthogonal to the reputational concerns we have among apes who are talking about the truth. But it is also true that most of the time, real experts are much more reliable than frauds or people who are not experts, right? So, and expertise really is a thing, right? And when you're flying an airplane in a storm, you don't want just randos coming into the cockpit saying, listen, I got a new idea about how we should tweak these controls, right? You want someone who's a trained pilot, and that training gave them something, right? It gave them a set of competences and intuitions, and they know what all those dials and switches do, right? And I don't, right? I shouldn't be flying that plane. And so when things really matter,
yeah, I should be flying that plane.
Storm sharpens this up. We want real experts to be in charge, right? And we are at 30,000 feet a lot of the time on a lot of issues, right? And whether they're public health issues, whether it's a geopolitical emergency like Ukraine, climate change, just pick your topic. There are real problems, and the clock is rather often ticking, and their solutions are not obvious, right? And so expertise is a thing, and deferring to experts much of the time makes a lot of sense. At minimum, it prevents spectacular errors of incompetence and foolhardiness. But even in the case of where you're talking about someone, people like ourselves, who are we're well educated, we're not the worst possible candidates for the Dunning-Kruger effect. When we're going into a new area where we're not experts, we're fairly alert to the possibility that we don't, it's not as simple as things seem at first, and we don't know how our tools translate to this new area. We can be fairly circumspect, but we're also, because we're well educated, we're pretty quick studies, we can learn a lot of things pretty fast, and we can begin to play a language game that sounds fairly expert, right? And in that case, the invitation to do your own research, right, is when times are good, I view as an invitation to waste your time pointlessly.
Okay, what were we doing?
when times are good. Now, the truth is, times are not all that good, right? We have the ongoing public display of failures of expertise. We have experts who are obviously corrupted by bad incentives. We've got experts who perversely won't admit they were wrong when they, in fact, are demonstrated to be wrong. We've got institutions that have been captured by political ideology that's not truth tracking, and this whole woke encroachment into really every place, whether it's universities or science journals or government. Or, it's just like that has been genuinely deranging. So there's a lot going on where experts and the very concept of expertise has seemed to discredit itself. But the reality is that there's a massive difference. When anything matters, when there's anything to know about anything, there's a massive difference most of the time between someone who's really done the work to understand that domain and someone who hasn't. And if I get sick or someone close to me gets sick, I have a PhD in neuroscience, right? So I can read a medical journal article and understand a lot of it, right? And so I'm just fairly conversant with medical terminology, and I understand its methods, and I'm alert to the difference because in neuroscience I've spent hours and hours in journal clubs, diagnosing, and analyzing the difference between good and bad studies. I'm alert to the difference between good and bad studies in medical journals, right? And I understand that bad studies can get published, and et cetera, and experiments can be poorly designed. I'm alert to all of those things. But when I get sick, when someone close to me gets sick, I don't pretend to be a doctor, right? I have no clinical experience. I don't go down the rabbit hole on Google for days at a stretch trying to become a doctor, much less a specialist in the domain of problem that has been visited by me or my family, right? So if someone close to me gets cancer, I don't pretend to be an oncologist. I don't start reading in journals of oncology and try to really get up to speed as an oncologist, because one is a bad and potential and very likely misleading use of my time, right? And it's if I had a lot of runway, if I decide, okay, it's really important for me to know everything I can. At this point, I know someone's going to get cancer. I may not go back to school and become an oncologist, but what I want to do is I want to know everything I can know about cancer, right? So I'm going to take the next 4 years and spend most of my time on cancer. Okay, I could do that, right? I still think that's a waste of my time. I still think even at the end of those 4 years, I'm not going to be the best person to form intuitions about what to do in the face of the next cancer that I have to confront. I'm still going to want a better oncologist than I've become to tell me what he or she would do if they were in my shoes of family members. I'm not advocating a blind trust in authority. When you get cancer and you're talking to one oncologist and they're recommending some.
Okay, so we need to make this as uniform as possible. So we're going to do this. Wait. Hey guys, it's your boy, Dartmouth Glarblegup. I'm so funny. I'm such a funny guy. Has anyone ever told you that? I'm super fucking funny. I'm like the funniest guy in the world. Okay. Okay. What are we looking for? We're looking for movies, OBS, this. Oh, I'm an idiot. I'm literally so dumb. Hey guys, what's up? Hey guys, it's Anand. What's up? Alright, let's watch that video again. Let's Hey guys, what's up? I'm so funny. Alright, so now we're going to copy this. Head. Head. Alright, let's try it. Hey guys, what's up? La 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 ooh la 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 ooh la 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 ooh la 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 la. Do I just have to do FPS equals? Do you really think that's going to work? Because I kind of don't. The right video file. Oh. Bruh. Mod FPS.
Excited to let y'all know about the work that Khan Academy is now doing in artificial intelligence. Obviously, over the last many months, there's been a lot of talk about artificial intelligence that has been both exciting and scary. We all see the potential that it could have to help people, to maybe even one day tutor people, but we also know that there are some drawbacks. It can hallucinate, sometimes make up facts. It doesn't always get the math correct. Maybe it can introduce bias, or maybe students might try to do things with it that aren't fully appropriate, or try to get it to do their assignments for them. And so we at Khan Academy, we view it as our responsibility as a not-for-profit with a mission of free world-class education for anyone, anywhere, that also prides itself on being at the cutting edge of technology and how technology can be used to accelerate learning. We view it as our responsibility to start deeply working with artificial intelligence, but threading the needle so that we can maximize the benefits.
Of course, by all means, get a second opinion, get a third opinion, right? But it matters that those opinions are.
Today, Khan Academy is...
No way any of this shit works. Yep. It's a very high level instruction, not gonna lie. We're gonna see. Can it do it? Can it do it? I do not know. But what's up? Apparently there's someone in here. What's going on? Motherfucker. What's up? We're messing with ChatGPT. Y'all heard of it? Word, son. Word. Yeah, what we've done so far is we made some movies like this. And it generated this. I mean, it generated the code that generated this. It's pretty cool. Pretty picture. We made this, like, this thing. It's so annoying that we don't have a WebM viewer. Yo, what's up? What's up? What's up? Micro Mamba. Dude, this is a fucking... This is gonna be a nutty video, not gonna lie. Except what we need to do is we need to go here. We need to copy this. No, I hit Control Q. Beep, 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 beep. There's no way that there's just no way that's real. Yuy 422. Yuy 422. Whoa. Dude, this is kind of sick, though. Hey guys, what's up? Oh, wow. not great. Galois Group. It's a great logo.
Shoot you in the fucking head.
For a while, Skojo ran an Instagram page and a podcast producing amazing content, a beautiful coalescence of his almost pathological longing for attention and acceptance that he is indeed a legendary digger, and the absolute impunity the top brass of Australian defence give to soldiers to boast about. Some of their, let's just say, disdain for the rules of engagement. War crimes. So his podcast and Instagram feed contains some stunning admissions from Skojo and his mates. But let's be clear, no one else should be mistaken enough to think they can get away with admitting to what you'll soon see Skojo admit to on his podcast.
Nice.
Skojo only gets away with this shit because he's, quote,
an absolute fucking psychopath who's responsible for multiple mass graves throughout the Middle East.
You know, the type of guy that would
fucking laugh at the Afghans every now and then.
Yeah. These are real quotes from Skojo. He openly admits how much he hates the Afghan people, admits that he only went to war for the violence, But that's just the beginning. We'll get into the best content very soon, I promise. I just wanted to make it clear before you go out and start posting about how you're a necrophile on Instagram. Don't. If you were a normal person boasting about the shit Skojo boasts about, you'd be thrown into a psych ward. If you looked like Skojo, probably a psych ward for leprechauns. Because don't you think he looks like the ADF only letting pass selection because they thought he'd bring the diggers luck? A definitely valid target at the end of the rainbow. A rainbow of medals. That Irish luck could explain the level of protection afforded to Skojo from defence, which you'll soon find out is honestly astounding. I mean, it's like if the best snitch drug dealer in town had a podcast detailing the best packages over his career. So this video is a bit of an investigation into what the Australian Department of Defence finds acceptable for soldiers to publicise and I guess do during war, and what crosses their line. Hint, telling on people for war crimes crosses their line. Telling on yourself does not. Bit of context, Australians, we're kind of into war crimes. So much so that we got this judge to go interview our soldiers to see who did the best war crime and then make a report about it. Well, seeing how Skojo goes on, that's probably what the soldiers thought the Brereton investigation was, but it was actually, well, it was pretty much just that, but without finding the best war crime bit. So sorry, Skojo, no prizes.
This number thing.
You got heaps of medals. In 2016, Justice Brereton was commissioned by the Inspector General of the Australian Defence Force ADF to conduct an investigation into potential war crimes committed by the ADF in Afghanistan. This report was finally released in 2020, and what it found was, I was going to say shocking, but when you've got Instagram pages run by ex-soldiers dedicated to boasting about what Brereton was investigating, you kind of know it was going to find that there were war crimes committed. Probably easier than pinning Andrew Tate, to be honest. Didn't he have that website, www.humantraffickingassiveincomelifehack.com.ro? So in short, the report found, yeah, boys, well done. Yous are the loosest cunts out. One of the more popular war crimes it found was the too common practice of blooding. You know, giving the boys their first kill. Typically, the patrol commander would take a person under control and a junior member, who would then be directed to kill the person under control. Yeah! Dingo got his first kill and, oh, what's that? What's that? He's got a boner! He's got a little boner! He's fucking cheeky! Usually I'm not into that woke shit, but blooding is no exception. How about you drink a cup of concrete and harden the fuck up, soy boys? No, but seriously, if I was in Afghanistan and someone I knew was killed in a blooding incident by Squadron Permanent Schoolies, I'd go full woke. I'd go lefty loony. I'd join the Taliban. The Brereton report found that another one of their favourite war crimes was shooting some unarmed person, then afterwards planting a gun or an ICOM radio on them so military investigators would believe that who they shot was a legitimate target. They call them throwdowns, you know, because you throw them down on a corpse. Our boys can be larrikins, in case you didn't know that about Australians. Skojo apparently loved doing this one so much he got a tattoo of it.
Carpenter B represents working in...
Oh yeah, that's fucking sick. This tattoo represents the Grim Reaper tucking in a Taliban fighter to sleep, who's got a little ICOM radio down beside his bed. Because for some reason, legal officers, before I got to Afghanistan, decided that if you had one of these little ICOM radios in your possession, it was as good as an AK-47 and we could shoot you in the fucking head, because that's all you fucking deserved, you cunts.
It's kinda cool. It's a bit too arty for my tastes. I think he should have just got, I've killed innocent people and then lied to lawyers about it being self-defense, written on his forehead in cursive. But then it got me thinking, man, I have got to get a tattoo of my favourite crime, contempt of court. Does anyone know someone who can do a really good drawing of me screaming, fuck you, I'm a sovereign citizen and a federal court judge? If so, HMU. I'm thinking of a stick and poke. Really though, think about how insane that is. At best, that is a tattoo celebrating you get so shit at your job, you have to lie about your killings to investigators. So again, a crime, but at worst, and what I'm pretty sure it is, a tattoo on an Australian commando boasting about breaching the fucking Geneva Convention. This planting evidence shit is quite a regular occurrence on Skojo's Instagram, just to give you an idea of how common it would have been during the...
Alright, fuck it.
No matter how heavy your pack is, there's always room for a throwdown.
LSD.
Or two. Your RSM won't let you drink on deployment. Fill this up with a litre worth of vodka. Or improvise, adapt, and overcome. Oh, bloke. Hang on a second though. Yeah, you're good.
Even without the Brereton report, it's been more than well documented how soldiers would lie to investigators about killings with complete impunity. The Four Corners Report Killing Field aired helmet camera footage of an unarmed Afghan farmer killed at point-blank range by an Australian soldier. It then revealed afterwards that soldiers told investigators that the Afghan was shot 15 to 20 metres away and was holding an ICOM radio, just like the tattoo. Now, to be clear, that Four Corners wasn't on Skojo. He wasn't in the SAS, and also, as if he's that tall. But his podcast does again give an insight into how willing to mislead legal investigators about killings Australian soldiers were. Perhaps one of the most stunning admissions in Skojo's content comes from his mate, Machine Gun Dave. And it's the story of how he got that nickname. And I could retell it, but as much as we're laughing at Skojo, well, yeah, that's the point.
let's just listen to Skojo and his mate because they are very funny. This particular story, or Bedtime Worry, as Skojo colourfully puts them, begins with Dave telling Skojo how he was setting up a VCP for a KLE. VCP means Vehicle Control Program, and KLE means Key Leader Engagement, like meeting. So in plain English, making sure vehicles don't get too close to a meeting. Yeah, get used to it. In the military, they love useless acronyms. Anyway, I'll let the boys take it from here.
So what were you looking to stop? Like, why were you stopping traffic on that road?
Basically, just to stop any movement coming into that area where the KLE was being held.
Yep.
So I don't even have a clue of what they were fucking talking about in this KLE.
Yep.
But probably about 20 minutes into the VCP, round the corner comes this bloody little postie bike and a couple of blokes on it.
Yeah, so you're laying down on your guts with the gun, and you're facing down this road. You look up, there's nothing else going on. You've got a KLE off behind you, and all you can see is a potential threat, or it could be anyone on a bike. And a lot of Afghanis, especially the Taliban, are known to use motorbikes to get around, to scoot around the village. And you see them come down the road towards you.
Yeah, that's right.
See why we hide these guys? They're cunning intelligence. Taliban sometimes ride motorbikes. Can you see why these guys are our special forces?
People coming around the corner, especially on a fucking motorbike, they wouldn't have been able to see us in time because obviously Australian diggers make a good can of concealment, so blending in. We were yelling out to this cunt to fucking stop. Both of them were on the bike. And they were hammering it and not even showing signs of slowing down. My first thought was, okay, there's going to be fucking vehicle-borne ID here, and we're gonna fucking cop it.
Which is very common.
Yeah, well, our 2IC was on the 2007 trip, and there was a lot of vehicle-borne IDs during that trip for them, especially in TK. And he was always saying, be on the lookout for fucking IDs.
Yep. See, they're putting it together. Taliban plus motorbikes plus in wars there are sometimes bombs. A deadly equation. Are you doing the maths? These boys are.
So anyway, this bloke on a motorbike, and he
what the fuck?
Hit another gear, like he was changing gears up, not down, and yeah, got to probably within 25, 30 metres. So he'd gone well and truly over the free fire line, which is supposed to be about 50 metres.
So you're giving him the benefit of the doubt because at that range, a VBID's going to definitely kill you and take you out of fight.
Yeah, well that's it. I was just sitting off the road, probably.
Okay, well evidently
this little ditch where they use off the aqueducts to get all their water lines and stuff. So it was a small ditch. Anyway, gave him two bursts of the best, and
So where are you aiming at this point,
mate? All through training, they're like, "Oh, you got to disable the vehicle. Got to disable the vehicle first." And comes on a postie bike. So if I'm disarming the vehicle, I'm aiming at centre of seeing mass.
100%.
And being on the gun, anyone's worked a gun before, they obviously fire upwards if you've got a good grip on it. And basically just ripped him up and took half his head off. And the bloke behind him copped the rounds that went straight through him.
Yep.
And
skewered him.
Yeah, mate. It was the old enfilade fire, but real close. So he went down like a sack of shit, and the bloke on the front obviously had half his head gone, so he was out.
Yep.
He'd gone to Allah. Yep. And the bloke on the back started yelling out, "Policia, policia," or whatever the fuck whatever their word for police was, but that's what he was trying to yell out. Yep. And we're like, "Oh fuck!" We knew at that stage that we just hit two cops.
So Machine Gun Dave had just machine gunned down Afghan police officers. Ostensibly on our side. And look, I know mistakes happen in war. They could have been in genuine fear of their lives, seeing something as spooky as a fast motorcycle with two people on it. Yeah, I'm sure if it was a fucking suicide bomber, the Taliban would make sure that there's two, because wasting one life isn't enough. 72 virgins is too much for one man, apparently. Just chuck someone on the back for absolutely no reason. I guess the proverb, two birds with one stone doesn't exist in Afghanistan, and they were trying to invent it. Two guys, one bike. You really nailed it, Skojo. Okay, even with this, I'll admit, all's fair in love and war. Could have been a genuine mistake, but what Machine Gun Dave admits to next is quite amazing.
And are they dressed in police uniform?
According to the official report, they were not.
Okay, so according to the official report, the report the military police do to see if a killing was, legal. The men weren't in police uniforms. But listen to this next part.
You're a digger. You were trying to do the best job that you could to protect your mates, and it was your life or theirs in your mind, and you made a decision, and you backed yourself, and you're sitting in front of an ADFIS team being investigated. What are your chain of command doing at that point? Are they just hanging you out to dry? Or did you have senior dudes in there helping you and providing you support?
Well, we came together at the start. I thought we were going to get thrown on the bus with the whole "you should have used the vent there" fucking call. I thought we were going to get thrown on the bus, but the guys pulled together because we knew we were going to go back for this investigation, and it was basically everyone write down their story, and this is what happened, and it basically was what happened.
Yeah.
Besides the uniform thing.
Yeah.
Because they clearly were wearing uniforms after the fact, but you can't tell because their uniforms look just exactly like their normal clothes, just a fucking uniformed colour.
Yeah,
So
it's
they're
not like New South Wales police uniform where it's bright blue and everyone looks the same as uniform. You got to do
normal clothes, but just dark green.
That's right. And one dude's got white shoes on, the other dude's got his flip flops on.
Exactly, and they had flip flops on.
Yeah.
So, so we basically stuck with each other, and I think a lot of the senior, like the secos and that, came to our rescue, so to speak, by basically saying, okay, we need to stick together during this.
Did you hear that? The Afghan cops he shot were in uniform. And everyone there that day got together, conspired to lie to the Australian Defence Force Investigative Service, ADFIS, about the men wearing uniform too. I guess, I don't know, avoid accountability for what at best was a fatal mistake, and at worst, well, we don't know what it was at worst because the results of the investigation into the incident we now know were based on lies. Look, you might be thinking, that's not even that shocking, but what is shocking is publicly admitting that on a podcast that you and your team lied to the Commonwealth about the time you killed a cop. That's pretty astounding, right? To have the confidence that the Australian Defence Force cares so little about the conduct of its troops overseas that you can just say, yeah, you know that time I shot 2 cops that we were allied with, creating a mini international incident and forcing my platoon out of the Baluchi Valley?
During the conduct of that vehicle checkpoint, a motorcycle carrying 2 individuals failed to stop at that checkpoint. That motorcycle was then engaged, killing 1 individual and wounding another.
The Australian Army said at the time that when the troops opened fire, the men on the motorbike were not wearing their uniforms and did not identify themselves as Afghan police or ANP.
Yeah, that's correct. But that was not identified at all prior to the engagement. They were on a motorcycle, not a Afghan National Police vehicle, and it was only after the engagement that they were then identified by other police that they were part of the ANP.
Yeah, we all conspired and lied to Australian military police about that one. Fuck.
These boys are loose.
And did anything happen in the end? Was anyone punished for what even then they knew was a massive mistake?
Nothing happened to us besides we never did a VCP for the rest of the trip after that.
Yeah.
Which is good because VCP is boring as batshit.
Just didn't have to do the boring vehicle control jobs anymore. Yeah, Davey and the boys get a bit too bored on those jobs, so just give them the jobs where they drop cunts. But perhaps the most terrifying thing in this entire pod is the message Skojo and Dave deliver at the end.
It's okay to go with your gut feeling and pump some cunts if you need to.
Yeah, fucking right.
Pump some cunts.
Don't be scared, boys.
Pump some cunts.
Always back you.
Even the shit ones.
Do what you want. Chain of command will always back you. Now you can see the reason we had an issue with war crimes. And look, I do want to make this clear. If there wasn't the admission about lying, I might not have even highlighted this part. I don't want to shame veterans about killings they could already feel guilty about. We know war is hell. Well, for most people. No, war's sick. It's the boring VCPs that are hell. But the absolute disdain Skojo and Machine Gun Dave show for the Afghan people over the course of this pod, alongside the admission about misleading ADFIS, I mean, it makes them more than fair game for ridicule. After all, Skojo loves dark humour. He was the platoon clown. Listen to this call.
Although I had a Green Beret and I had the trust of the dudes that I was with, I was actually just stoked to be following them around like a little kid, like sort of Richie Beno, just commentating over the radio every time they shot someone. Red shot, yeah, it's marvellous, marvellous. Oh, that's 2 from 2, Jono, that's 2 from 2. And just absolutely taking the piss, just providing light comedic relief to high stress situations where dudes are fucking peaking. And I just saw my mate shot a dude's fucking head off, and then that dude's children have run out of the compound and are literally picking up his brain off the ground and scooping it into their dad's skull to try and revive him, because naturally Afghan kids don't really have a concept of sort of medical science, and that was probably one of the wildest things that I've ever sort of been in the vicinity of seeing. You know, that dude was running with an AK to try and flank us, but he didn't see the mortars team was down in the creek line just fucking waiting there tactically with good cam and concealment. So my mate shot him in the head, and he kind of sardined himself into the ground. And yeah, his kids run out and is literally scooping his brains off the ground and then slapping them back into his skull, trying to revive him. And while this is all going on and there's a high stress kind of situation, the only thing that could have made that sort of whole crazy situation sort of better was a fucking cheeky joke. And, you know, naturally Skojo comes through with a cheeky, little comment that makes everyone giggle. And someone said, that was the most hectic thing I've ever seen in my life. And I said, well, the part where the kids were playing fucking sandcastles with their dad's brains, that just made it so much better. And fucking shit, and if that's all my job was and that's all I had to do was just to keep the boys happy, and then now post-service in my discharge of the world, if that's all I have to do to keep dudes from fucking topping themselves or crying into their beers every night because they didn't acquire any other skills and they just shut their blinds every night and say, I used to be an operator and you need to respect me and fucking give me free shit because I earned it. Well, yeah, you did, bro, but you also sort of limited yourself. So if I can give those boys a cheeky giggle and remind them of the good times and the fun stories through, Bedtime Warriors, then I'm all fucking for it. So hope you enjoyed it, cunts.
What the fuck is this guy? Psychopath Phil Olivetti. Instead of the talk about a rough day at work.
It's at times like that you don't often think of funny things to say, but I did.
And I turned to the rescue workers and I said,
the part where the kids were playing fucking sandcastles with their dad's brains.
That was referring to the spending the time up there being pretty rough.
That is the greatest comparison I've made on this channel, apart from the following. Vorsh.
Dude, that's
Vorsh
fucking
PK,
wild.
Same vibe. Again, you might think this is just a digger making jest of a terrible situation they were forced into.
Bruh.
Scojo is a special breed. In other pods, he talks about desperately wanting to go to war just for the violence. I mean, he signed off on his pods with.
So go out there, pour yourself a Milo, enjoy life, and potentially go over to Ukraine and fucking fight for the Ukrainian people, not because you believe in their cause, but because you like violence, and that's okay.
So there's been an investigation into war crimes committed by the ADF in Afghanistan. The investigation found credible evidence of war crimes. There are videos of war crimes. You have soldiers on Insta with tattoos celebrating war crimes. Podcasts openly discussing lying about killing 2 investigators. So do you have any prosecutions of the war criminals? Nah. But there has been one prosecution of an Afghan veteran, David McBride, for war crimes. Well, for leaking evidence of war crimes to the media after his internal complaints went nowhere. First mistake, Dave. If you wanted to air allegations of war crimes and not face prosecution, you should have gone on Bedtime Worries with your boy Scojo. I've made many videos detailing the plight of David McBride. It's honestly astounding and scary that his prosecution is still ongoing. I highly recommend these videos. One, because there is a complete lack of press on this topic. The ABC, the outlet that first published the McBride leaks, didn't even go to his trial. And 2, because the presenter is effortlessly cool. No homo. Well, just a little. But today I'm going to do what the Australian Defence Force clearly could not, make Scojo useful for once. Yeah, you've got a job that will actually help people today, Scojo. Not just shooting cunts and planting throwdowns in a war that Osama bin Laden himself wanted the West in, because he knew after tanking our economies and draining us of resources, we would ultimately lose. Scojo, you're going to help make my argument as to why McBride's charges are an absolute affront to the rule of law in this country. Essentially, McBride's case comes down to if it was in the public interest to leak to the ABC, another government body, mind you, documents pertaining to investigation of war crimes. In other videos, I think I've outlined pretty well that yes, it was in the public interest. I think it's pretty self-evident. But where Scojo and his mate become very useful is that they serve to highlight how McBride's prosecution is a complete aberration on the part of the Federal Police, Australian Defence Force, and Director of Public Prosecutions. Because what he leaked is so banal in comparison to what soldiers like Scojo and others chuck up on social media all the time. I mean, we just listened to a guy admit to an entire platoon conspiring for lying to military police. I have to repeat it. Scojo got a tattoo of war crimes. His Instagram was helmet cam footage galore, and Scojo is far from the only soldier loose with material gathered from the war. In fact,
bro, there's no way that's
soldiers
that.
make cool little clips to share around, clips that include classified Australian signals intelligence. See this? Says secret, and rightfully so. This is pretty classified shit, and much more hot material than anything McBride leaked. These videos contain the coordinates of where an Apache chopper was when it was dropping cunts. And this footage is just floating around like they're my nudes. Look at you fucking perverts scrambling to Google my nudes. Yeah, I'm talking to you, spooks. You prosecute David for leaking evidence of war crimes, and yet you immediately jump to access actually sensitive material. For shame. One of the montages even appears to have footage from an American Apache helicopter shooting people. Look, I don't know if that footage is classified or not, but it kind of seems like something that shouldn't be floating around. Are the soldiers that are playing around with signals intelligence like its funniest home videos getting prosecuted for what McBride is, unlawfully disclosing a Commonwealth document, or unlawfully giving or obtaining information as to defences? Or are these soldiers being prosecuted for theft of Commonwealth property? Fuck no. Because these videos, unlike McBride's material, haven't embarrassed the top brass of the Australian military. Until perhaps now. And proved how they abdicated their basic responsibilities as they oversaw and essentially permitted war crimes in Afghanistan. After all, as Scojo and Machine Gun Dave say,
your chain of command will always back you.
Shame that doesn't go for McBride. His prosecution isn't about security. You can leak material that's far more damaging to national security than a few docs outlining war crimes, i.e. exact fucking coordinates and strategy of multiple chopper attacks. McBride's prosecution is a Christian Porter-era exercise in retribution, and these clips really serve to demonstrate that fact beyond a shadow of a doubt. They highlight what an aberration from the norm McBride's prosecution is. It is extremely common practice for Australian soldiers to be loose with material, way more sensitive than what McBride leaked. It's common practice apparently for them to boast about breaking the law, but there's only been one prosecution. If spooks in the Australian government want to maintain even a shred of credibility, they will either drop McBride's prosecution immediately, or they will trawl through Instagram and prosecute dozens more soldiers for leaking worse material that is in no way in the public interest and leaked for less noble causes, i.e. 3 kills in a row. Schmitty, you've unlocked the UAV. McBride's case is going to trial this year. The government has already drained him of hundreds of thousands of dollars, and he really needs $150K to have a chance to stay out of prison. And look, you could think this case is about a single whistleblower. It's not. It's about the institutions of Australia, and if we're going to let them become so infested with self-serving careerists that they can chuck a man in for exposing murder, whilst letting the murderers keep their medals, whilst they publicly boast about murdering.
2 seconds.
Will represent a massive degradation in the rule of law in this country, but it will also represent something different, something I don't think anyone can really grasp at the moment, and that is scary. So donate. McBride needs to be able to afford to defend himself. The future of our country is at stake. I would offer to give the ad rev from this video to him, but as you can probably tell, it's not going to get any ad rev. So for that reason, make sure you donate. I'm off the hook.
Right, cunts, listen in. A lot of you message me, most of my DMs, if they're not dick pics or pictures of fucking chicks' buttholes, they are messages saying, Scourger, where's your podcast and when it's coming back? Well, there's a very good answer to that. A lot of people in our media that don't agree with my opinions on the fact that the war crimes that have been alleged against Australian Special Forces is actually bullshit. Now, because they don't like that rhetoric, they preach for free speech, but they don't actually want that. They don't actually want people with opposing views to share their views on what they think actually happened over there. So what happened is, just last night, an individual by the name of Jordan Shanks decided to do a podcast on my podcast, utilising all of my content, photos, videos, and jokes as a story that he wants to promote that I'm an absolute piece of shit. On my podcast, utilising all of my content, photos, videos, and jokes as a story that he wants to promote that I'm an absolute piece of shit. Now, a lot of his followers have been messaging me saying, how dare you? A lot of them had blue hair and looked like twinks, but unfortunately, the reality is that Spotify can disable my podcast whenever they want because it's their platform and I'm not going to lose any sleep over it. But if you want me to continue Warries, I haven't been able to prove who's the one behind removing my podcast and Instagram from all these platforms. Well, now we know. Here's one dude, Jordan Spanks or whatever his name is, Friendly Geordies. The dude that got his house fucking firebombed a couple of times now because he pisses off the wrong people. So now I think it's time that you jump into his comments, his DMs, his Instagram, his Twitter, his YouTube account, and let him know your disdain for him and the way that he treats veterans that is trying to stick up for their mates. And maybe you can also mention, potentially, if Bedtime Warriors was a good podcast and you found the positives of dark humor and being able to laugh at the situations that I found myself in overseas, rather than sit there and medicate yourself with PTSD medication, which doesn't obviously actually help anything, it just masks the problem. Whereas if you could listen to a podcast about listening to a podcast about the good times and all the fun memories and fun times that we had overseas might actually help you forget the bad times. That's my whole concept. I said it a million times, if we don't laugh, we cry. So the left media that are so against me and against the boys that have been accused of war crimes, unsubstantiated obviously, they want to shut our voices down. They don't want us to have Instagram, they don't want us to have a podcast because it proves that their narrative is wrong. No one's been charged. No one's been charged, just accusations. I can make an accusation right now. I won't do that. But yeah, jump on. I'm going to post the link now to the podcast that came out today with my good friend old Jordo. And you guys can let him know in the comments of his shit, and I call it shit, and let him know and maybe ask him why he's so butthurt. And it is Pride Week, so I use that as a little bit of a pun. But yeah, let him know. I'd like to respectfully call upon all Millmean trolls to get out there and do your best. But at no point should anyone use any threats of violence against the man, because he recently had his house firebombed. You hate to see it. Wasn't me though. Could have been anyone.
That's a psychotic thing to say, bro. What the fuck? Yeah, could have been anyone. That's fucking crazy. Oh, I see. I got this all wrong. Seguro. I'm down with this. One second, that's fast. That's too slow.
Not even God is going to stop me doing what I'm going to do to you. I know where your parents live, and I know you have a dog. I'm going to stab it. That's a threat that the police allege was made by a notorious bikie who, for legal reasons, we can't name, so we're just going to call him Tony K. Police allege he made this threat over the phone to plumber Stephen Toy back in March of 2009. What was after this threat was made is absolutely, for lack of better words, insane. If you follow the people, the money, and the companies that were all connected to Tony K and this threat, and you follow them for years down the line, what you'll find is a web of disturbing connections to some of the most senior political and senior business figures in Australia. This is a story about the kings of Sydney's property development industry, an attempt to make sense of their coronation. The following information has been gleaned from court documents and police statements Friendly Geordies has viewed, namely from police statements of Stephen Toy, a self-employed plumber from Western Sydney. We'll begin in 2009 when Stephen Toy, then aged 27, alleges he was friends with a man by the name of Andy Nahas. Andy Nahas at the time was a 20-year-old man from Merrylands. His family had been in the property development business for quite some time, running Nahas Constructions. Stephen claims that he knows Andy from growing up around the Guildford and Merrylands area, and that he also went to school with one of Andy's older brothers, either Joe or Fadi Nahas. Joe, who also goes by the name of Yusuf, was director of Nahas Constructions at the time. We'll get to that company soon. Anyway, the police statements given by Stephen Toy detail this strange story wherein Andy is owed money, around $4,500, by some man who was unidentified in the first statement, but in the second is referred only to as Andrew. The lack of $4,500 forces Andy to borrow $1,000 from a different unnamed man. Stephen, being the good friend he is, realises his mate knows Andrew's older brother, so he approaches that mate to see if he can get him to convince Andrew to give Andy back the $4,500 that Andy lent. You following? Yeah, look, it's an extremely convoluted chain of debts that doesn't really make that much sense, and in all honesty, I don't think it's entirely true, but just keep following. It's worth it. Stephen's mate does approach Andrew, and Andrew pays Stephen's mate the $4,500, presumably under the pretext that that money will go back to Andy. Once the money is paid, Stephen calls his mate, who apparently says that he's just going to keep the money for himself and not give it to Andy to who it is owed. Thus, Stephen, being the good friend that he is, claims that he began to give Andy a couple of $100 here and there to help him out. Here's the statement. I agreed to help Nahas by giving him money when I had spare.
Over the next 3 months, I continually gave Nahas in approximately $300 amounts. During this period, Nahas continually told me he had no money and he owed people money. And it wasn't right when the male kept his $4,500 from Andrew. I'm sorry, but when do normal people involve such a large number of intermediaries when chasing a few $1,000s worth of debts? This story is just odd, but here's where it gets odder. Stephen begins receiving phone calls from a man that on his first police statement he refused to identify, figuring that it's the man that Andy Nahas owes $1,000 to. The first call is on the 19th of March. Here's an excerpt from Stephen's first police statement. About a month later, out of the blue, I got a phone call on my work phone. The number display on my phone said private number. I answered, and it was a male. He said, "How you going, Stephen?" I said to the male on the phone, "I'm fine. What is this regarding?" The male on the phone said, "It's about the money you owe Andy Nahas, because Andy owes me money." I said to the male on the phone, "It's between me and Andy. We've already worked it out amongst us." The male on the phone said, "Nah, you have to come and see me, because Andy owes me money and you owe him money, so now he has to pay and you have to pay." I thought this may have been male number 3 who Andy owed $1,000 to. I said to the male on the phone, "By chance, how much does he owe you?" The male on the phone said $10,000. I said to the male on the phone, "That's bullshit. What happens between me and Andy is between us. We're friends. What happens between you and Andy is between you and Andy." The male on the...